Okay, we have started and we are connected to YouTube as well. Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you. Good morning. Before we go on the record, is there anyone else who's joined us who has not tested their audio and video with us so far?
Ms. Sharkey, can you hear me? This is Meredith. I am finally connected.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. The audio and video is fine.
Thank you.
One other housekeeping item before we get started. Hopefully everybody who needed to be in the panel is in the panel with the link that they were sent. But if there's anybody who is in the attendee group who should have been in the panel because they will be needing to speak today, then if you could just raise your hand to identify yourself by pressing the raise hand icon, that will help us move you into the panel.
And has Ms. Cuthan been able to find the link to allow her to join?
She has not, but I believe she's in the larger group now with her hand raised.
I don't see her yet. She could do that. She can use the regular Zoom link that was included in the general announcement, and then we can move her into the panel. Ah, perfect.
Mr. Arcangeli, am I pronouncing your name right? You're on mute.
It is Arcangeli, Officer Sharkey.
Angeli. Oh, thank you. That's a beautiful.
Thank you.
We're just testing people's mics and video to make sure they have no problem participating, and then we expect to go on the record relatively soon.
Ms. Sharkey, I don't think we tested Ms. Cuthan's microphone.
Is she up? I just can't,
Yeah.
I just don't see her
She's up.
screen, but that's fine. Ms. Cuthan, could you test your video and audio for us before we get ready to go on the record?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I was late.
It's fine. Is there anyone else remaining that's waiting? Who
Does
needs
not
a
appear.
test? Okay. I'd like to caution you, we are going to use the same link for the additional evidentiary hearings that will be held in this proceeding, so please do not delete it. And it should make it easier for you to participate in the future. Okay, Mr. Brock, could we get started, please?
Just one moment. I have my own technical issue now.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Thanks. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, I need just another moment.
That's fine. Take your time, Ellen.
Okay, at last.
Okay, on the record, please. This is EFSB 22-01, N-Star Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, in their connection with their request for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest for the East Eagle substation. Good morning and welcome, everyone. To start, I'd want to explain how to use Zoom today to ensure that everyone can fully participate in this public hearing from the start. We have interpreters who will be translating from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. To select your desired language, click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select English or Spanish so that you can hear everything said today with interpretation if needed. I will give you a moment to do that.
Ms. Sharkey, before that option is available, I believe the interpreters will provide the instructions that you just mentioned in Spanish in the main room, and then we will begin interpretation with the globe icon option available. So interpreters, please do your thing.
Buenos días y todo el mundo, bienvenido. Para empezar, quiero explicar cómo utilizar Zoom hoy para asegurarse que todo el mundo pueda participar completamente en esta audiencia de comentario público desde el principio. Tenemos intérpretes que estarán traduciendo de inglés a español y español a inglés. Para seleccionar su idioma deseado, y esperen un momentico hasta que se prenda esta función, haga clic en el icono de globo al pie de su pantalla, seleccione inglés o español para poder escuchar todo lo que se ha dicho hoy con interpretación si es necesario. Les daré un momento para hacer eso.
Gracias. I just would like to also mention, sorry for the interruption, that I will start interpretation now, and everyone should select their desired language. Spanish or English are the options for today. So we will begin that process right now. Empezamos la interpretación.
I'd also like to mention that people who are participating only by audio means, attendees can dial in at 646-558-8658. This is not a toll-free number. And then enter the webinar ID 836-9233-7532. Audio participants will also have simultaneous English to Spanish and Spanish to English interpretation. We recommend that you please do not check the box that says mute original audio. We recommend this so you can still hear the voice of the actual speaker faintly in the background, but mostly you will hear the voice of the interpreter. Dial-in participants will hear the speaker's voice without interpretation, as Zoom does not offer interpretation for dial-in participants. However, all comments made by dial-in participants on this number will be interpreted into Spanish or English. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Donna Sharkey. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's evidentiary hearing. Please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings of both the English and Spanish streams will be posted to the Citing Board's YouTube channel for viewing. With me today on the virtual bench are members of the staff of the Citing Board, including Wayne Wang, Energy Facility Citing Analyst, Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel to the Citing Board, and Andy Green, Director of the Citing Board. The Citing Board is conducting these evidentiary hearings as part of our investigation of Eversource's request that the Citing Board issue 15 state and local permits and approvals needed for the construction and operation of the proposed substation to be located on Condor Street in East Boston. The list of those permits was provided in the notice. The Citing Board approved the construction and operation of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project, including the substation in East Boston, in 2017 in docket number EFSB 14-04, DPU docket 14-153, and DPU docket 14-154. In 2021, the Citing Board approved the relocation of the proposed substation approximately 190 feet west of the prior approved location. Massachusetts laws give the Citing Board authority to issue a certificate which effectively includes all state and local permits required for the construction and operation of an energy facility that has been previously approved by the Citing Board. In order to be eligible for a certificate, applicants must demonstrate at least one of 5 conditions are met as part of the request for a certificate. These include: 1, the project cannot meet the requirements of a state or local agency with commercially available equipment. 2, there has been undue delay by an agency in issuing a permit. 3, inconsistencies in the permits that have been issued. And 4, there has been an unreasonable condition imposed as part of a permit. Or 5, a necessary permit has been denied. The board's decision on this certificate request will review the complete record of evidence presented during the adjudicatory hearings beginning today. As part of our investigation, the board must consider whether there is: 1, a need for the facility; 2, the facility design meets environmental protection, public health, and public safety goals and policies; 3, the grant of an exemption from state and local requirements is reasonable and consistent with providing a necessary energy supply for the Commonwealth with a minimum impact on the environment at the lowest possible cost. And 4, the construction and operation of the facility serves the public interest, convenience, and necessity. In order to make this determination, the Citing Board reviews the decision from the underlying Citing Board proceeding and determines the extent to which new information has been developed or the circumstances of a project may have changed in the intervening period. I'm going to outline some guidelines to use in speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during the hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. We will begin this morning by taking appearances of counsel for each of the parties. Please identify yourself for the record, giving your name and business address and the parties that you are here representing today. Parties and limited participants in the 2 previous Citing Board proceedings are automatic parties and participants to this proceeding. In addition, in my May 6, 2022 ruling, I admitted additional parties and a limited participant. The exhibits included in the record of the cases in EFSB 1404 and EFSB 14-04A are incorporated in this docket as part of the record as set forth in my March 8th, 2022 ruling. May I have appearances, please?
Good morning, Ms. Sharkey. For Eversource Energy, appearing on behalf of them is David Rosenzweig, Catherine Cuthan, and Cheryl Blaine from the law firm of Keegan Worlin, 99 High Street, Boston.
Mr. Hopper?
Good morning, Bruce Hopper for intervener Mass DEP, 1 Winter Street, and also with me is Attorney David Bragg. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rubin?
Good morning, Stacy Rubin, the Vice President of Environmental Justice at Conservation Law Foundation on behalf of Green Roots Incorporated and Conservation Law Foundation. Appearing with me and present today is Attorney Phelps Turner, also with Conservation Law Foundation. Also appearing in this manner, but not here today, is Angela Mile. Our business address is 62 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02110.
Mr. O'Brien, would you like to note your appearance along with Ms. Miller's for the record today, please?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Francis O'Brien with Gail Miller, who's not here, I don't believe. We're appellants, rather petitioners pro se, and the address is 232 Orient Avenue, East Boston, 02128.
Thank you. Mr. Arcangeli, would you like to give your appearance for the record today?
Yes, Robert Arcangeli on behalf of the City of Boston as a limited participant. Good morning, Officer Sharkey.
Thank you. Is there anyone I've left out? Okay, next we will move to the procedural conference part of this hearing. We will go off the record to discuss any questions or comments. Oh, Senator Edwards, I see, has joined us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just give your appearance for the record, please? Just give your name and your address and who you're appearing on behalf of today.
Sure. My name is Lydia Edwards. I'm the state senator for East Boston, or the First Suffolk and Middlesex. I'm an East Boston resident. I live at 186 London Street. I'm appearing on behalf of Green Roots and my constituents of East Boston.
Thank you. Okay, next we are moving to the procedural conference part of this hearing. We will go off the record to discuss any questions or comments on the documents I sent to the parties on May 6th by email, including the procedural schedule, the procedural ground rules, the service list, the ruling on the petitions to intervene, and for limited participation and any other procedural matters. Mostly, we need to discuss whether parties plan to offer direct testimony, which is scheduled to be pre-filed by interveners by this Friday. Whether the participants have an estimate of the length of time that council will require for cross-examining company witnesses based on the petition, application, and information responses provided to date, and any other pertinent issues related to the conduct of the proceeding. After that discussion off the record, we will memorialize our discussion on the record for the transcript, and I will give the parties an opportunity to make any comments or note any objections as part of the record regarding the off the record discussion. Off the record, Mr. Brock? I would note that we are still on YouTube for the purposes of this discussion. So let me lead off initially because there seems to have been some questions people have asked. And we're still interpreting. The interpreters will be providing translation services on a continuing basis so that the YouTube recording will reflect those services. Let me start off by saying I have had some questions from parties regarding the upcoming pre-filed testimony that's due on Friday and issues related to how they should present that pre-filed testimony. One of the things I would recommend to people is that the Citing Board is on its website has something that's called the Citing Board Handbook, which has been available for a number of years and was developed at least in part to provide people who were either considering intervening or asking for status as a limited participant, some information in order to help them make that decision, and describe for them the types of steps that they would need to take in following the course of the proceeding along. I would, in particular, since people will be preparing pre-filed maybe preparing pre-filed testimony that would be due on Friday, to page 6 of the handbook. And that essentially describes what the requirements are for how people would submit pre-filed testimony, including a presentation of the witness's qualifications or familiarity with the subject of his or her testimony. And in terms of a format, generally the information is presented through a series of questions to the witness, each followed by a witness's response. The pre-filed testimony may reference analyses performed by the witness, as well as relevant documentary evidence such as published reports, photographs of features in the project area, or noise measurements. So I cannot provide legal advice to participants who may have questions on how to proceed with their case, but I can provide procedural advice, and I recommend that if they have questions, they may wish to review the handbook as a guide for how they should proceed.
Ms. Sharkey,
Yes,
can I share the link to the handbook with the panelists?
that would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Wang.
Go ahead, sorry.
And let me just mention that there is also a Spanish translation of that handbook as well on the Citing Board's website.
So if we could start perhaps with DEP. Mr. Hopper or Mr. Bragg, do you have any questions that you'd like to raise with regard to either the pre-filed testimony from Ms. Andrews that you mentioned in your filing yesterday that you were intending to offer in this docket?
Madam here now, do you mean Ms. Hops?
Yes, sorry, Ms. Hobbs.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think from DEP, you just need background information, right? Or do the documents speak for themselves.
Well, certainly the testimony, are you planning on submitting pre-filed testimony? That's what
Well, I sorry to interrupt, but I guess that's my question. Is it, you know, do the documents speak for themselves? Are they sufficient?
Well, let me put it this way. Is it your intent that the information that you provided as part of the responses to the agency information requests that we sent out April 22nd going to be adopted by her as topics on which she can testify and for which she would, for example, provide an affidavit saying that she's qualified to address issues raised by those documents?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Is Ms. Miller now been added to the panelists? Because I did see a chat that came up saying she was.
Ms. Sharkey, I don't see her in the list of attendees. I don't know if she's under a different name with her Zoom.
I think Mr. O'Brien, correct me if I'm wrong, said that she just texted him and that she's in the general group.
Yep, I can't identify her under her current Zoom name, it looks like. Could Ms. Miller raise your hand if you're in the attendee? You can
There is one dial-in participant that if that is Ms. Miller, you can use *9 to raise your hand on the phone. We're not seeing any hands raised, Ms. Sharkey.
I'll continue to monitor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, I wanted to point out a couple things with regard to the Boston Residents Group. First of all, I don't know if you reviewed the ruling with regard to the intervention that was filed by the Boston Residents Group, but the intervention that was filed on your behalf was filed under a different statute than those of the other interveners that was granted. And there are specific limitations on the scope of issues that associated with Section 10A requests. Those are outlined in the ruling on the petitions. But I just wanted to make sure that since you are new to us and we are new to you relatively, that would be part of what you may want to consider in the preparation of your testimony and the preparation of any discovery questions that you want to ask. The other thing is, we did see from Ms. Miller that she was designating you as an alternate. Under the statutes, and Ms. Miller has provided affidavits from the residents who make up the group, which designated her as their agent. To the extent you are going to serve as an alternate for Ms. Miller, then we similarly need affidavits from those residents just to formalize their acceptance of your role as well. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Thank you. I don't have questions regarding what you've just said. We agree. We appreciate that clarification and confirmation. We're focusing on the environmental issues, and we can provide, Gail and I have talked about this representation matter, and we can provide the similar confirmation from all the petition signers. I do have some questions, but it's appropriate to raise them about the procedures.
Well, please go ahead and ask them now then.
Sure, thank you. So our goal is to get as much relevant information into the record as the procedures allow for. So I do have a series of questions to that issue. Are all of the prior EFSB final decisions on different cases automatically part of the record, or do we have to introduce each of them individually, like Cape Wind, for example?
The prior decisions is related to the East Boston substation are automatically part of the record in this proceeding. If there are other decisions in other dockets regarding other facilities and you wish to reference them, then you could provide copies for the convenience. But normally, for example, in briefs, for example, you would just provide a citation to the citing board decision and that you'd like to refer to as part of your argument.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you. The residents do intend to offer pre-filed testimony from some of our experts that were listed. If I understand correctly, there's a provision for petitioners to file direct evidence. In other words, not through a witness. Is my understanding correct about that?
We usually ask a witness to have a witness who is sponsoring the documents as part of their testimony. And that way, among other things, we have a witness who can address any questions we may wish to ask with regard to those documents.
So it's not consistent with procedure for me, for example, just to say here is petitioners group information or expert testimony or evidence. It would flow through a witness.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. That's helpful clarification. I do have just two more questions. In our witness list, we had one witness, Mr. Penlow, who was not available for us to get his pre-filed testimony until next week. And another witness potentially that we were going to put on had to do a conflict check. And so our question is there provision for filing next week in any of these cases, or how we might be able to introduce those if we decide to do so?
Well, normally we would, for example, request a motion for someone to deviate from the deadlines that are set forth in the schedule. I think if you were to file such a motion, you would want to address which witnesses would be involved, the scope of issues they intend to address. And at that point, we will consider the motion and I suppose entertain any objections regarding to whatever you say in the motion.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're mindful that there is a deadline, which we're not obviously going to try to extend. We want to keep within the schedule. Two other questions, thank you. One is the procedural schedule had some very clear dates for certain actions, but it ended with the briefing. And the question when looking at it was, is there any either intervening or subsequent full presentation to the EFSB board? In other words, where does the board fit in to the overall series of events as they were laid out?
Sure. I mean, in terms of the overall sequence, even though they're not included as part of the procedural schedule, is after briefs have been submitted, the staff moves to prepare a tentative decision. And once that is prepared, a copy of that will be provided to the parties for comment prior to a scheduled board meeting. regarding the vote on the tentative decision.
Thank you.
The parties will have an opportunity to provide written comments on the tentative decision and file those with the citing board. And then at the scheduled board meeting for a vote on the tentative decision, parties also have the opportunity to offer comments to the full citing board regarding any issues raised by the tentative decision.
That's helpful. Thank you. And the last question, some may have seen the email chain regarding the city of Boston and our calling or naming a witness, and we can take that up at your office, whatever you deem the best, but we do think the city may have relevant information. We'd love to get into the record.
Well, I would suggest, Mr. O'Brien, that you discuss that with the city of Boston and determine how best you could deal with the issues related to the witnesses or the other information that you seek.
Fine. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Officer Sharkey.
Ms. Rubin, do you have any questions at this point on behalf of CLF or potentially the pre-filed testimony that you may wish to offer at the end of the week?
Yes, thank you very much. If we seek to introduce exhibits from the project change proceeding, should we introduce them as exhibits with our pre-file testimony, or does the board prefer to take administrative notice instead?
Well, the records of both the original project docket and the project change docket are included as part of the record in this proceeding. But I would say, since the record is fairly large in both of those dockets, that if there's something specific, even though it's already part of the record, it would probably be advisable to provide a copy of the excerpt, whatever part of the exhibits that you wish to refer to, along with your pre-filed testimony, just to make it easier for everyone essentially to follow along.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And we anticipate a couple of questions for the Department of Environmental Protection. Will there be a witness available for examination at the hearings in June?
I believe Mr. Hopper said that they were having a witness that they were making available, but Mr. Hopper, let you
Yes.
speak.
Yes, thank you. That is correct.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions. And I did just want to confirm that telephone number in the list is Ms. Gail Miller.
So is there a way we can admit her?
I just activated her audio. There's no video, obviously, since she's phoning in, but she should now be audible, and maybe we can test that. I believe she's muted, so she would need to unmute her phone.
Ms. Miller?
Let me see if I can offer her advice about how to do that.
Sorry, I just got a message from her that she's having trouble unmuting. It's not allowing her to do that.
I believe it's *6 is what she would press to unmute her phone. Let's see if that works. Ms. Miller, if you can hear us, please press *6 on your keypad.
I think she's trying and that's still not working.
Well, while we're waiting for Ms. Miller to see if she can join us, I'd just like to check with Senator Edwards.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I've not done a hearing like this, so I do have some procedural, just general questions. Thank you. So in terms of if I have questions for someone from Eversource who is not here, how do we propose, or do I assume that the person, Mr. Nolan, who I spoke with, was speaking on behalf of Eversource when we last spoke, and I'd like to follow up on some of those concerns that I had from that conversation. How do I need to submit a list, a witness list with him on it? Is there a subpoena process? I don't want to obviously summarize a conversation he and I had, that hearsay. So how does that work?
I guess two things. I'm assuming that you're being offered as a witness by Ms. Rubin on behalf of CLF and Green Roots. And you also, as a party on your own, have the opportunity to ask discovery of the company.
Correct.
So
just traditionally submit my RO request for information, and
that's right.
And is our depositions part of this process, or is it all just?
We only usually do depositions if people are unavailable. But we can we can consider that to the extent that it's necessary. I guess if there are specific people from the company that you would like to have provide information, I would advise probably starting first with an information request. And certainly parties are allowed to discuss options for providing information and how that information should be provided. We encourage the parties to have discussions with each other if they want to informally, but then also to what extent that needs to be provided in a discussion during a subsequent procedural conference, we can also accommodate that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. O'Brien, I see your hands up, and Mr. Rosenzweig, I'll get to you next.
Yes, very briefly, thank you. Senator Edwards asked a question, and it was also raised with the city. Is it true that the board has subpoena powers? And how would those might be exercised? Not that we're intending to ask for that, but it's a point of information.
We do have some subpoena powers. We have exercised them relatively infrequently. It also tends to be a step that, while it can be taken, tends to prolong the process before the board, which is part of the reason why it's only been exercised infrequently.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosenzweig.
I did want to raise a concern with regard to what is now more apparent to me in regards, I guess, Senator Edwards, who has been designated as a witness by CLF, or as a proposed witness that will offer pre-file testimony. She's also a party in a sense, serving as counsel, as she said, for herself and the residents of East Boston in whole or in part. Normally, in proceedings, a lawyer is not able to function both as counsel for a party and as a witness, providing factual material for the record. That's a matter of sort of due process, and it's a matter of the role of the attorneys. It wouldn't be clear when she is acting as an attorney that she's doing so, as opposed to offering factual material that would be subject to cross-examination, inclusion in the record, matters on which the citing board may rely. So I think we need clarity there on her role, and it ought to be partitioned in one manner or another, and not allow for both roles in the same proceeding.
Well, if we could start, maybe Ms. Rubin, who's offering her as a witness, can begin to provide a response to that, and then Ms. Edwards after that.
Mhm. Absolutely. So we intend as Conservation Law Foundation and Green Roots to offer testimony of Senator Edwards to give some factual information about just some of the history of the project and what various positions were and are of various officials, elected and appointed officials. So we intend for Senator Edwards' testimony to be factual, and then whatever she is contributing as a party would be separate from any pre-filed testimony. And Senator Edwards, I believe, understands that she would be cross-examined or open for cross-examination during the hearings on her pre-filed testimony and any information requests.
And I also just wanted to note, having I'm not practiced in this particular form, but I have practiced law before, and I do understand the difference between serving as counsel for somebody and also being a witness. And I am perfectly capable of being able to bifurcate both roles. I also understand traditionally one of the biggest reasons is there's the attorney-client privilege, and there's certain information exchanged that would not be subject to cross-examination is one of the biggest concerns. There is not a regular communication in such a way with my client that would prevent Eversource from cross-examining me on anything that I say. So if the biggest concern is access to information and being able to cross-examine me, I'm opening myself up for that. I'm expecting it, and I assume that anything that I am presenting, I will be subject to cross-examination and being held accountable for. And I will be also, I think, in the different functions, I serve under oath in one, and in the other, I'm just simply submitting my requests for information. So the two roles do function at different times and under different standards, and I'm perfectly capable of being able to decipher between the two. And I think the good counsel from Eversource is able to as well.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I see your hands up.
Yes, thank you. I do anticipate this is going to be a problem. I understand what Attorney Rubin said with regard to the scope of her testimony, but we just heard for the first time from her some information she seeks to get into the record about alleged conversations she may have had with Eversource officials. That seems to me to go outside the scope of what might be within her pre-file testimony on behalf of CLF and Green Roots. I'm not sure yet. So
it will be in the testimony. It will be in the testimony. There's nothing that I will bring up as a surprise at all. My entire interaction with Eversource will be part of the official record that I submit to you for your cross-examination.
Well, my concern is noted. It may be something that we would have to raise when we have tangible facts in terms of what happens when and what her role is in those individual circumstances. But I did want to raise it. I didn't want to come at it belatedly when it's now apparent where there will be a a dual role that she intends to serve, which I do think is dangerous and should not be permitted, but I will reserve further comment on the particulars when and if that arises.
Well, I would encourage the company, CLF, since they are planning on offering her as a witness, and Senator Edwards, to have a discussion to see if that discussion resolves the issues that you have regarding your concerns for her roles in this proceeding. If you are unable to resolve it, just like anything else, then I would encourage people to submit a motion in writing to us to address those concerns, and we will consider it at that time.
Thank you.
I believe Ms. Miller has now regained her audio capability to be heard.
May I say one thing regarding Senator Edwards' role? To the extent that Senator Edwards' role is representing her constituency as a political figure, as opposed to representing the people in East Boston as their legal counsel, perhaps that's a distinction that could be made or clarified when things are filed on Friday. There may be a distinction there, and it may be worth really clarifying that distinction.
I would just point out also, it's not just a matter of keeping the record clear. There are issues in the rules of conduct for lawyers that prevent them from being both a lawyer and an attorney in a proceeding, except in very extenuating circumstances that aren't relevant here. And so it's going to be an issue, and one we have to sort of be very mindful of. And I do expect it will be a recurring issue as we go forward, unless it's resolved.
Well, again, in terms of the timing of when the testimony is due to be filed with the citing board, I'd like to encourage the parties to have that discussion sooner rather than later, because that may shape the form and potentially the substance of what will be submitted as pre-filed testimony. It would be nice if it can be resolved, but if it can't be, then we'll be happy to review whatever written submissions the parties wish to make to the board, to me for a resolution. So I realize this may be a fairly early point in which for people to make estimates, since there's no pre-filed testimony from the interveners. But do people have estimates of the amount of time that they will need at this point, which could help inform providing further definition to our procedural schedule for the days and the length of time we might want for cross-examination of witnesses and presentation of direct from the interveners. And I guess I'll ask the interveners first, because they at least have had the opportunity to review more material that the company will include as part of their case.
So
Maybe Ms. Rubin has the most informed estimate based on her previous experience. And that would be helpful.
Sure. I estimate we have about 2.5 hours of cross-examination for Eversource. We are prepared to start that today if that's something that Presiding Officer Sharkey, you'd like us to start, although some of those questions are about the need issue, which I think I understand is not the subject of today's hearing. I would estimate about 30 minutes of questioning for the Department of Environmental Protection. And we do anticipate filing, 5 panels or individuals of witnesses. So, they will be available. The direct will be, no more than 10 minutes for each of those groups.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Mr. Hopper?
Thank you. With respect to our witness, probably 10 minutes on direct.
Do you anticipating on the, I know the pre-filed hasn't been provided, but on the basis of what you know at this point, do you anticipate time for cross-examination, for example, of the company's witnesses?
If there is any, to the extent there is any, I don't anticipate that it would be lengthy. Obviously with the caveat, don't hold me to it.
I see that there's a phone number up. Does that mean Ms. Miller can now speak as part of the conference? Ms. Miller?
Yes, I am on this hearing, but Mr. O'Brien is going to continue to speak for me and our residents.
Okay. That's certainly fine for today. One of the things that we have informed Mr. O'Brien about is that he would need to have affidavits from the group, just like you filed with your petition to intervene, that where the residents basically authorize him to speak on their behalf as well.
Yes, I heard that. Yes,
Okay.
I took note.
Okay. And Mr. O'Brien, and I don't know if you're able to hear it as well, but Mr. O'Brien also addressed the issue that had been raised with regard to requesting information from the city of Boston.
Yes, I heard everything. I just wasn't able to speak, I guess. So I have heard everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Edwards, do you know at this time, do you have an estimate, just based on what's been filed in the case to date, of cross-examination questions you might have for the company?
Oh, you mean the time for it? How long it would take for me to do that?
Yes.
Because I don't have the questions yet.
Oh, no, I understand completely.
Yes, I can't imagine it would take more than a half hour to 45 minutes, but I want to be very clear. I heard Attorney Rosenzweig, I'm so sorry, David's comment, and Stacy's as well. So we might be able to resolve or get most of this on the record in my testimony. And I want to be able to participate in the most impactful way for East Boston. So let me just be very generous and say it takes an hour just to cover myself, if that is the route we choose to go. But I wanted to make sure that I'm committed to resolving and getting as much stuff on the record as possible.
I appreciate that. We're more just trying to get a sense at this point in terms of the number of days that might be adequate
Understood.
as part of the schedule. That's all.
Mhm.
At this point, I'd like to propose we take a 10-minute break. At that point, we'll come back, check to see if anyone has any additional comments that they want to make off the record, and then we will go back on the record. So I would say we'll come back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, before we go back on the record officially, is there anything else that people have thought of during the break they want to raise before we go back on the record? Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to confirm I understand correctly, and others perhaps as well. In terms of the procedural schedule, the way it's laid out right now, the last date is July 25th, 2022, which is the deadline for reply briefs. And my question is just to confirm that subsequently, at some point, there'll be a tentative decision prepared based upon all the totality of the information and so forth. That will then be presented to the Energy Facility Citing Board, sitting as a panel. And they will either direct that the tentative decision be finalized, or that they'll take testimony as well from whomever wants to show up. Is that basically correct?
Yes, the tentative decision will be circulated to the parties. Parties will have the opportunity to offer written comments on the tentative decision. We will have a meeting of the board who will have seen both the tentative decision and the written comments from the parties. At that meeting, staff presents the tentative decision, and the parties have the opportunity to comment on the tentative decision, and as well as address any issues that may have been raised in the written comments provided by the parties. The board will hear those presentations from the staff and from the parties. They will ask any questions they feel they need to have. They will have a discussion as part of their open meeting. And at some point during the meeting, we'll vote on whether the tentative decision should be approved, whether it should be approved with certain changes, or whether it should be denied.
Yes, thank you. And just to confirm, there is a statutory deadline starting with the filing of the petition.
Under the certificate statute, I'm aware. But I also would advise you, Mr. O'Brien, that when you have the opportunity, I think it would probably help you in terms of better informing yourself on the process to review the Citing Board Handbook. And of course, the procedural rules as well for the Citing Board.
Yes, thank you.
May I just add one follow-up? Mr. O'Brien, you mentioned that there would be testimony at the board meeting. It's actually not testimony in the evidentiary sense. It is comment on the existing record that this group is developing over the evidentiary portion of this proceeding. So it's actually comment. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Anyone else with a question before we go back on the record? Okay, Mr. Brock. Could we go back on the record now?
I'm ready.
Thank you. We have had a off-the-record discussion related to procedural matters, including scheduling, issues related to the Citing Board process in developing a final decision in this case. And the parties have also raised potential issues regarding how different parties intend to proceed to offer pre-filed testimony and issues that they expect to address as part of that pre-filed testimony. I encourage the parties strongly to discuss issues with the hope that they could potentially be resolved between the parties. But if they are unable to resolve those issues, then they have the opportunity to make written submissions to the hearing officer and the citing board to address those issues as necessary. Would any party like to note anything that we've discussed off the record for the purposes of the record at this time?
I don't want to belabor the procedure and move on as quickly as we can to the substance of the process. But I did raise a concern off the record regarding any dual roles that any party that's intending to function both as a lawyer and as a witness in the proceeding, that has many implications for us, rules of professional conduct, as well as clarity in the record in terms of when is that person acting as an attorney versus what is a factual assertion, if you will, in a role as a witness. We will endeavor to have a discussion off the record and see if to what extent that can be resolved and put to the side so that it doesn't cloud or complicate the proceeding going forward.
Thank you. As we talked about in the procedural conference, the next item in the procedural schedule is the submission of pre-filed testimony by the interveners on Friday. To the extent that people need to address issues related to the timing of that filing, people should consider the need to file a motion by Friday, requesting an extension or some other accommodation that might need to be made with regard to the witnesses that they are offering for testimony, and provide information regarding who those witnesses are and what issues they will be addressing, to the extent that those witnesses, and offer an explanation as to why the testimony can't be filed on the date that it's due, or that the witnesses are unavailable to provide testimony as the party had intended. We also discussed scheduling issues, and I'd like to thank the parties for the information they provided on cross-examination and direct, which will help to inform the updates to the procedural schedule that we will issue next week. After we get to see the pre-filed testimony from people and updates related to the pre-filed testimony, our hope is to issue a updated procedural schedule that will pin down the dates, the topics that would be addressed on those specific dates, and the witnesses that should be available for those dates. So if no one has anything else they'd like to note for the record at this point, we will move to the substantive portion of this hearing, and we will begin with the presentation of the company's witnesses on the issue of permitting of the substation. Ms. Cuthan or Mr. Rosenzweig or Ms. Blaine, would you like to offer your witnesses?
Yes, and I think Ms. Blaine will introduce that panel of witnesses and conduct very brief direct examination, if that's okay once the witnesses are sworn.
So could the witnesses who are going to be on the panel turn on their audio and their video at this time and prepare to be sworn? And raise your hand.
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Officer, I am not able to activate my camera at this time. I've got some technical difficulties on my end.
Okay, Mr. Zico, could you audibly respond to being sworn when the other witnesses are sworn in by me?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zico. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Blame, would you like to offer your, identify your witnesses and proceed to your direct?
Yes. We have a panel of 4 witnesses today on the topic of permitting. That would be David Petersile, John Zico, Nicole Bowden, and Meredith Boerke. And beginning with Mr. Zico, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is John, middle initial M Zico, and I'm employed by Eversource Energy Services Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm employed, I'm the Director of Capital Projects Engineering.
Mr. Zico, do you have a copy of your resume before you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-JZ-1?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, I'd like to note that the company filed this morning in this proceeding the resumes of the 4 witnesses that are on this panel. Mr. Zico, what is the purpose of your testimony today?
It's to support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
Over the life of the project, I have been managing the engineering efforts for the East Eagle Street substation, as well as the substations that are at the remote ends of the line.
Were responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those responses to offer for the record today?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt these materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Bowden, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Nicole Bowden. I work for Eversource Energy, and I am at 1165 Massachusetts Avenue, Dorchester, Mass.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm the Community Relations Specialist for the cities of Boston, Cambridge, and Chelsea.
Do you have a copy of your resume before you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-NB-1?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of your testimony, Ms. Bowden?
To support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
I am the liaison between municipal officials and Eversource, facilitating meetings, following up on permit requests, and working with community members throughout the outreach process.
Were responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those responses to offer today for the record?
No.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Boerke, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Meredith Baraka. I work for Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass. 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the Senior Project Manager for Project Services.
Do you have a copy of your resume before you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-MB-1?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of your testimony today?
It is to support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact in the public interest.
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
It has been community and municipal outreach, especially as it pertains to the design of the substation's facade.
Were responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those responses to offer for the record today?
No.
Do you adopt these materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Petersile, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is David Petersile. My business affiliation is Burns & McDonnell. Address is 7-57 Wells Avenue, Suite 27 in Newton, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Burns & McDonnell?
I'm a senior project manager for Burns & McDonnell's construction design build division.
Do you have a copy of your resume before you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-DP-1?
Yes.
What is the purpose of your testimony today?
To support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
I'm the project manager for the construction of East Eagle substation and the transmission line intended to service East Boston. As project manager, I facilitate all the aspects of design development, permitting, cost development, estimating, scheduling, project controls, purchasing, procurement, construction, testing of equipment, and subsequent turnover to operations of a completed facility. Regarding my testimony today, I coordinate the preparation and filing of applications for permits and approvals needed to construct the substation, and am responsible for developing and maintaining timelines and schedules to ensure that the substation is constructed in a timely manner. And this substation is urgently needed, and the project team has expeditiously pursued all necessary permits, and it is critical that the permitting schedules and timelines be met so that construction can begin.
Can you summarize your experience as a project manager?
Yes, I'm a civil engineer with over 35 years of experience as a project manager. I've acted as a resident engineer and owner's representative for a variety of heavy civil.
I'm sorry, sir. I've acted as a what? I couldn't hear you.
Mr. Pacey.
I'll slow down. Okay, I'll start. I'm a civil engineer. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you.
So I'll start over. I'm a civil engineer with over 35 years of experience as a project manager, resident engineer, and owner's representative for a variety of heavy civil, transportation, commercial building, mechanical, electrical power generation, transmission and distribution, process plant, and utility projects. My resume provides a summary of my professional experience and the projects I've been involved with. In addition to the East Eagle substation, I've been a project manager for a number of Eversource projects, including Station 315 Electric Avenue substation and Station 99 Seafood Waste substation.
Thank you.
Mr. Petersile, could you just hang on for one moment? I believe we're having a problem with Donna's audio or video. So just bear with us for a moment.
All right.
I apologize, everyone. I switched to another device because it shut down unexpectedly on me. So I apologize, everyone. I unexpectedly shut down and switched to another device because I couldn't get back into the meeting. So I apologize, Mr. Peterson. Could you potentially repeat your response to the last question for me, and we will resume with your direct.
Okay, so what was I'm assuming the last thing you didn't potentially hear was my summarization of experience as a project manager?
I'm afraid so.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. There's a lot of gremlins out there today. My computer shut down for about 20 minutes earlier today and restarted on its own behalf. Thank goodness for technology. All right, so the question was, can you summarize your experience as a project manager? And my response is, I'm a civil engineer with over 35 years of experience as a project manager, resident engineer, and owner's representative for a variety of heavy civil, transportation, commercial building, mechanical, electrical power generation, transmission and distribution, process plant, and utility projects. My resume provides a summary of my professional experience and the projects I've been involved with. In addition to the East Eagle substation, I've been the Eversource project manager for Station 315 Electric Avenue substation and Station 99 Seafood Waste substation.
Mr. Peterson, from your perspective, what has occurred regarding the permitting of this project?
Since February of 2021, when the Citing Board approved the company's project change regarding the relocation of the substation, the company moved very quickly to try and obtain all its state and local permits to be able to facilitate construction. With regard to state permits from DEP, for the most part, that process has gone very well and the permits are being obtained, although there are some appeals pending. However, regarding the permits the project needs from the city of Boston, the process has not moved forward and resulting delays are continuing because of the lack of formal action on those permits. For example, regarding the lead city permits that have triggered the company's request for a certificate, the company filed applications for the approvals it needs from the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. The project team met all the filing requirements and worked to satisfy any input received from both those commissions and other City of Boston agencies and departments. Despite all of our best efforts, we are at a stalemate and there is no action occurring on our permit applications. Neither commission will formally review and vote on our applications. While we would prefer to obtain all permits and approvals locally, it has become clear that the company will not be receiving these permits and approvals in a timely manner. It's been more than 14 months since these applications were filed, and the applications continue to be indefinitely stalled before both commissions, leaving the company with no option but to pursue the necessary permits and approvals from the EFSB.
Mr. Peterson, were responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those responses to offer for the record today?
No.
Do you adopt these materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Rosenzweig is going to introduce one additional witness to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaine. We actually do have one additional witness. I didn't know he would be available this morning, but we do wish to have him added to the panel. It's Craig Holstrom, and I would ask that he be sworn at this time, and then I will do very brief direct examination with Mr. Holstrom.
Mr. Holstrom, could you raise your hand so we can see it in your Zoom window? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Holstrom.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Craig Holstrom, and my main office address is 1165 Massachusetts Ave, Boston, Mass. 02125.
Mr. Holstrom, what is your position with Eversource Energy?
I am the president of regional electric operations for Connecticut and Massachusetts.
And within that role, Mr. Holstrom, what role do you have on behalf of this project in terms of getting it permitted and constructed for the system?
Well, my general responsibility is to make sure we serve our customers reliably, and my role in this project and proceeding is to provide support for this certificate of environmental impact.
And one last question, Mr. Holstrom, why is this project so important to you as president and for the company's interest in serving its customers?
Well, again, my primary role is to make sure we serve our customers reliably. And in my opinion, the substation is needed to do that. The area has one substation that serves Chelsea and East Boston. Best utility practice says there should be at least two for reliability, but also, as you'll hear, the loading in this area is at a point where a second substation is critically needed.
Thank you, Mr. Holstrom. No further questions for Mr. Holstrom or any of the other company witnesses, and they are available for examination.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. As I believe the parties were aware because of a email that I provided regarding how we're going to proceed in today's hearing. At this point, we're going to lead off with permitting issues. And we'll be asking questions of your permitting panel. The Citing board staff will be asking questions first. We do not expect that the parties have to be prepared to ask questions of those witnesses today. They will have the opportunity to do so at subsequent hearings. But at this point, we will lead off with questions. And I'll start off right now. I'd like to refer the panel to the company's response to information request EFSB G-1. And that response provides information with regard to the community engagement and timeline, as well as a second table, which talks about permitting entities' engagement and timeline. And I'd like to ask as an initial matter, could the company update the information provided in those two tables since the date of the company's filing on April 11th, so that your response would provide information on activities that may have taken place since the time of the filing of that response? Mr. Peterson, maybe you could lead off.
Yes, actually, thank you. This particular table was assembled. The response to this question, EFSB G1, was assembled by Meredith Barreca. And another individual, Chris Newhall, who's not present today, but I can answer any questions that he might have been able to answer. And then lastly, I guess I could defer to our attorneys in relation to what may have transpired between the date that we responded to this IR and current date.
If you prefer that Meredith lead off with her answers, that would be fine. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Sharkey. In terms of any additional outreach, I believe the last, let me just pull up that table. The last item was on March 9th, 2022, when we sent an email update on the facade design. So I was trying to slow down my speech to our focus group members. After that correspondence, we did send out a save the date regarding the neighborhood meeting that was to be opened up to the broader Eagle Hill neighborhood to review the proposed facade designs. As you probably have noted in our supplementary response, we did end up postponing that neighborhood meeting. And so too, we sent out notifications by USPS as well as email alerting people to that postponement.
And you're referring to the company's response to EFSB P-7S is in terms of the supplemental response providing information on that postponement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are there any other meetings that have been held with community groups or further communications other than that update that was provided to your response to P-7?
Not in the last month, no.
With regard to table 2 of that response, which is the permitting entities engagement and timeline, can you tell me if there have been additional actions that the company has taken to update activities related to each of the permits listed in that table?
Yes. So on the only item which we are in the midst of preparing responses to is the building permit application for City of Boston Inspectional Services Department. We had received a communication through the online building permit portal of additional information required for their permit review process, and we are in the process of assembling the additional information requested for submission to Inspectional Service Department Plans Examiner. As far as, I'm looking to see
if I could just interrupt you for a moment. Can you tell me what your anticipated date is to submit that information to ISD?
Yes, we had actually endeavored to have it completed already, but there was a few elements that we couldn't obtain until I actually just received one of those items this morning, an affidavit from a design engineer. It's our expectation we should have that done by the end of this month.
As in the
at a
end of
minimum,
May?
we'll be able to respond to the queries by the end of this month. If there's still an item that we cannot obtain at this present moment, I'll make it clear to the permit examiner, plans examiner, that it would be forthcoming when it's available.
And if you don't mind, can we, so let me go back to the table and the first permit that's listed, which is the waterways license, which you're expecting to receive from at some point from Mass DEP. Could you update the status of what's going on with that, with the Chapter 91 license?
Yes. So Mass DEP issued a draft waterways license on January 3rd of 22. There were 2 separate appeals filed, also in January of 22. One appeal was filed by Gail Miller, for which Eversource filed a motion to dismiss in March of 22, which I believe it's still pending before Mass DEP. Another appeal was filed by CLF, Conservation Law Foundation, which was stayed indefinitely on April 19th, 2022, pending this particular override proceeding.
And have you had the opportunity to provide the information that DEP filed with the Citing Board with regard to the Chapter 91 waterways license?
If you could point me specifically to the what the request of DEP was regarding the waterways license, I could check.
Sure. It was not part of an information response that was provided by the company. It was information that Mr. Hopper, on behalf of DEP, submitted, and which was filed as part of the file room in this proceeding. So if you haven't had the opportunity to review that, then that's fine. Just, you can state that.
So I have a DEP letter dated May 11th of 22, addressed to yourself.
With a number of attachments.
45 pages, yes.
Yep.
If you give me a moment, I know I have read this before. Just give me a moment to re-familiarize myself with it.
Thank you.
Sharkey, I may also offer, I think staff asked the company to supplement some prior responses to information requests regarding permit status, one of them being, I think was EFSB P-12 with an update of this table to bring it to the present. And it is our expectation that we'll be filing those supplemental responses by the end of the week. So that in part will address some of this information, but to the extent Mr. Petersile can respond now, all the better.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. We look forward to seeing those responses.
Okay. Based on my quick review of this document, it appears that Mass DEP does not have an issue with the Chapter 91 license being issued as part of this proceeding, if I read this correctly. And similarly, the superseding order of conditions, they believe the actions in front of OADR should be completed.
I'm sorry, the actions in front of what?
OADER,
Thank you.
Alan?
OADR,
OADR.
Office of Dispute Resolution. Office of Administrative Dispute Resolution.
Right.
And it appears from my reading of this that they believe that process, if it's not completed in time, and if it's not completed in the same or prior to this proceeding being completed, then it's acceptable to the Mass DEP for the board to include the superseding order of conditions in its entirety in part of this proceeding. That's the way I read this, Ms. Sharkey.
Are you aware, Mr. Petersil, that Mr. Bragg filed a supplement to DEP's responses to the Citing Board with a further attachment, which was a draft of a superseding order of conditions to be issued by DEP?
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And in that case, you would also be, would you know if there was in fact such a draft, when DEP may plan to issue that draft license?
I'll make sure I understand that. Are you speaking about the draft Chapter 91 waterways license that was already
No,
issued? No.
I'm sorry, I had moved to the superseding order of conditions.
Okay, so no, I'm not familiar with that topic. I'd have to defer to Eversource's attorneys in that regard.
Would you be aware if there were still pending appeals before DEP related to the superseding order of conditions?
I'm advised of those after the fact, so I'm aware of the appeals. I'm not necessarily up to date, like today's date, certain of the current status of those particular appeals. Again, I defer to David Rosenzweig to opine.
Would you be aware if the appeal of the Boston Conservation Commission's order of conditions before the Superior Court and the Appeals Court have been finalized, so that there are, and whether there are currently appeals pending, or have those appeals been dismissed by the Superior Court and the Appeals Court?
Okay, so for the wetlands order of conditions under the Wetlands Protection Act, my understanding is, you're correct, Mass DEP filed a proposed final order of conditions on May 5th of 22. And we're awaiting dismissal of the appeal and the adoption of the proposed final order of conditions. For the appeal of the wetlands order of conditions under the city wetlands ordinance, that appeal, I believe, has been denied multiple times. And based on a recent City of Boston IR that I read yesterday, it appears that that has been final, but our attorneys have not definitively concurred that it's final yet until we receive factual documentation of such.
If the appeal with regard to the local wetlands ordinance has been dismissed and there are no further appeals, and the decision by the court is final with regard to that appeal, does the company intend to withdraw its request for the issuance of the order of conditions from the certificate request in this proceeding?
So if the order of conditions under the ordinance is definitively determined final and explicitly 100% withdrawn, and there's no avenue for further appeal, then it would be my understanding that what you described might be expected, but honestly, I'd need to defer to the company's attorneys to make that determination.
Mr. Rosenzweig, can you tell me if you would expect the company's response to the questions that I have just asked Mr. Petersil to be expanded upon in the updated responses that you're expecting to file by the end of the week?
We do, and we will address those issues in particular.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Petersell, are there any additional permits that the company requires for the construction and operation of the substation?
Yes.
Can you tell me what those permits are?
Yes. So as described in the application to the Citing Board, the permits that are being requested to be issued in the form of a composite certificate are quite numerous. So I'll list them one at a time, and I'll go slowly for the court reporter. So the first is from the Boston Parks and Recreation Commission, an approval of the project.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Petersell, let me interrupt. I'm saying, are there any additional permits that the company requires other than the 15 permits that it identified as part of its certificate request?
No, at this point, I do not believe so.
Okay.
There, just for clarification, there are certain normal and customary permits that a general contractor would obtain on behalf of Eversource during prosecution of work, but those are not contained in the list.
And would they be permits that the company would customarily apply for before it had received the final permits that are included in the list of 15 that the company has requested as part of the certificate?
No, they're contractor procured permits to enable them to prosecute work. I'll give you one example, is like what's called a hot work permit that a contractor would obtain from the City of Boston Fire Department, Fire Prevention Department. They're basically construction related permits for the safe prosecution of the work.
And would the timing of the company's application for those permits customarily be made during the construction period?
The contractor would make those applications during the construction period. In the event it becomes necessary, not all construction requires, although, a hot work permit may or may not be required, or a temporary fuel storage for construction equipment may or may not be required. But those are the types of permits that are normally and customarily procured by any contractor, regardless of who they work for, and not obtained by the project developer or owner.
Ms. Sharkey, could I ask a question on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Wang.
Mr. Petersell, so is that the final statement you made about it being a permit applied for by the contractor, is that the distinction you're making with regards to the 15 permits asked for? Because some of these permits are stated in the petition as being normally asked for just before construction.
So that's a great question, Mr. Wang, and I can clarify there for those items that are annotated in that manner on the list of 15, those particular permits actually are what I would call joint applications. The owner is required to become signatory to certain permits, like, for example, a stormwater discharge permit with the Boston Water Sewer Commission. So the owner is an applicant, and the contractor's information is a required element to be included in the application. So that's an excellent question, and there is a distinguishing factor there.
Thank you, Mr. Petersell. Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you. If I could point you back to the company's response to EFSB P-1. if you could look at the information that appears on that table with regard to the street occupancy permit for manhole access for the Chelsea Department of Public Works. With regard to that permit, did the company file the application online through the City of Chelsea DPW website?
One moment, I'm pulling up P-1. So the city of Boston, I'm sorry, the city of Chelsea street occupancy for manhole occupancy on Willow Street. That I believe, my recollection is, and it should be an attachment in the submission. I believe it was applied electronically.
I believe that the company provided a receipt from confirming that it had paid the filing fee.
Yes, so that's correct. So that was attachment 39. And that is the receipt that the fee was paid. And the application, if I recall correctly, I know I did personally go to the City of Chelsea Department of Public Works to get the form, the proper form, and make the application.
Okay. Could you provide a copy of the application information for that permit as record request EFSB 1?
I will endeavor to do so, but again, I recall actually going online and doing this, and this was the only receipt that you received, is the online payment. I can pursue this with the City of Chelsea and try and get an alternative document that, if it's looking for proof of submission, I can do that as a separate IR.
If you could provide a copy of that, as well as a copy of the information that the company would have had to complete as it appears on the DPW website as part of that record request EFSB 1, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Do you know if the application information for that permit provided on the DPW website as part of the application information provides an estimate of 14 to 21 days from receipt of the submission as part of the notation? As part of the information the City of Chelsea provides to applicants?
Yes, I believe that's normal and customary time frame for an expectation of a permit issuance of that nature.
And has the company provided additional information in response to requests from the DPW in connection with the application?
We have not received any request for additional information relevant to the application formally.
Have you had the opportunity to review the information I circulated to the parties this morning that I received last night from the City of Chelsea DPW Commissioner?
The email correspondence between yourself and Mr. Lou Malamet, the DPW Commissioner.
That's correct.
Yes, I have.
Do you have a response with regard to Mr. Commissioner Mamalet's comment that that he did not expect that the company would need to secure additional approvals from the Chelsea DPW with regard to activities in the street in Chelsea.
Correct. The way I read his response was, since Eversource already received the grants location for installation of that infrastructure in the city of Chelsea, that Eversource would have no issue or problem obtaining an occupancy permit, which we deemed necessary to enter the manholes to perform work. And that my impression, based on his correspondence, is that the city of Chelsea DPW would not necessarily withhold issuing that permit. Regardless, though, considering this proceeding, and I believe it was also mentioned in his email that he understands that the permit issuance could be consumed or subsumed into this proceeding and issued by EFSB. And I believe it would be the company's suggestion that be the case, because, as time marches on, maybe Mr. Manolette retires, or maybe Mr. Petersile is no longer project manager, and people have short memories, that sort of thing. So it would probably make most sense that regardless of his positive response in relation to issuance of this permit, it could still be maintained part of the certificate proceeding.
And so just to clarify, the company's position is that the company would still need to obtain the street occupancy permit before it could proceed with the work that it needed to do related to the substation interconnections.
Absolutely. In fact, it's a critical piece. It's the existing transmission line interconnecting Mystic Station 250 and Chelsea Station 250 is the line that was always intended to loop under the creek or river into the proposed East Eagle substation and loop back out and provide desperately needed transmission infrastructure to East Boston. So it's a critical aspect of the overall project.
Okay. With regard to the company's response for the Boston Water and Sewer Commission in EFSB G-1, and also if you could refer to the attachment EFSB P-11, attachment 11. Has the company received a construction dewatering permit from the Boston Water and Sewer Commission?
Though that permit is still pending, and I just want to make sure you said EFSB G general one.
If you look at the attachment to EFSB-P-11, number 11, is that what I'm asking is that the construction dewatering permit that the company is seeking, or is that an example of the construction dewatering permit that the company is now seeking from the Water and Sewer Commission?
I have it up, so please don't give me a moment. So it would appear that the validity of the permit is from June of 2022 to December 2024. for the temporary construction dewatering permit. So I'd have to defer to my subject matter expert in regard to this type of permit. His name is Dean Bevis. He may be online if you want to query him. But the EPA letter that's attached is dated October 21, 19. And that may be the existing RGP that was utilized during this remediation process of the site.
So subject to check. Is that attachment an example of the type of construction dewatering permit that the company would need to, is currently seeking?
Correct. So for clarification, this particular letter refers to just the actual substation site. Another similar permit would be required for the distribution duct bank work in the streets, which has not been obtained yet or issued yet, but applied for.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Ms. Sharkey, Mr. Bevis was in the attendees list. Did you want to hear from him, or are you okay with what Mr. Petersall said?
I think Mr. Petersall has resolved it. If the company needs to provide additional information regarding that, they certainly have the opportunity to do so later in the hearing. But thank you. If you continue to look at the attachments to EFSB P-11, if you look at attachment 12, did the company receive any confirmation that the review time for a stormwater permit would be approximately 4 to 5 weeks?
I'm reviewing that attachment. It looks like it's an email from Boston Water Sewer Commission, Phil LaRock, to one of our environmental sub-consultants, Kellen Konsowitz at BHB.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you, sir.
Yes, I apologize. So this attachment, to confirm that we're looking at the same attachment, it's an email correspondence from Phil LaRock, LaRocque, of Boston Water Sewer Commission, acknowledging the receipt and filing of all the documents on which he filed them under our site plan approval folder in their system, which was site plan number 20125. And therefore the stormwater permit. Yes, therefore the stormwater permit, that's correct. I do not see anything here that gives, oh, here it is. I scroll down, you're correct. Apparently conversations between Kellen Konsowitz on behalf of Eversource with Louis Millara, who works at Boston Water Sewer Commission, indicates the review time is approximately 4 to 5 weeks.
So would the company's expectation otherwise be that if the company filed a complete application February 9th, 2022, that it could expect to receive either a approval or denial of the permit certainly by the beginning of April?
Oh, certainly. In my experience with Boston Water Sewer Commission, denials are not normal. They're usually, if there's any additional information that's required, it's requested and supplied by the proponent, and the permit is duly issued.
So I'm just trying to determine what the company's expectation would have been for a normal review period from the date of filing of an application to when it would receive a determination from Boston Water and Sewer Commission. That's all.
Yes, okay. As stated in this email, 4 to 5 weeks is not unusual. I've personally seen it happen certainly in less time, 1 to 2 weeks, and not, I don't think I've ever seen it take longer than 4 to 5 weeks. I think that's the outlier. And based on the email, the bulleted items, it appears everything that was necessary for the application was complete and submitted.
Okay. Well, Mr. Petersall, I next have a fairly lengthy line of questioning dealing with the company's filings with Boston Parks and Recreation and the City of Boston's Public Improvement Commission.
Okay.
So I believe it might be appropriate to take our lunch break now and resume at 1:30. Thank you. Mr. Rosenzweig, did you have something?
No, I was going to say that's acceptable to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go off the record and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
So this is David Petersile. I'm getting a message when I try to restart my video that it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I don't think so, but
well,
let's see.
Oh, never mind. We've been technology challenged significantly today.
Persistence works in the end.
I suppose so.
I went through 2 forced restarts over the lunch break, but it seems to have fixed my video problem. So let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
There is something going on with computers today, I can report. We've had all sorts of mishaps, not just on Zoom.
So, Alan, let's go back on the record. So, my questions for Mr. Petersil and the panel are mostly focused on the City of Boston Parks and Recs Department and the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission and attachments that were provided as part of the petition. So at least maybe it'll be easier than bopping in and out of different information responses as we move through the questions. So, Mr. Petersil, the petition at page 3 identifies 2 City of Boston agencies as having unduly delayed 4 local approvals necessary for the construction of the substation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those agencies are the City of Boston Parks and Recreation Department and the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission.
That's correct.
So let's turn to the Parks and Recreation approval first.
Yes. Ms. Sharkey,
Yes,
may I just say a few words before we proceed with the line of questioning?
sure.
Okay, so after reviewing the City of Boston agency IRs, and after this morning's discussion regarding what might be considered normal and customary timelines for an applicant to receive a permit, I got the impression, and I hope I'm wrong, but I got the impression that the board might be considering carving out some of the requested permits under the perception that they're normally and customarily readily available or obtainable. However, that would be less than ideal, because as we all know, there's been nothing normal and customary about the citing and permitting process regarding this project from the very beginning. So, considering all the circumstances and acknowledging the peripheral positions of various parties, it's still the company's position that all the listed permits requested in the petition be included in a certificate in order to meet the company's objective to build the substation post haste, without any further delay, and specifically without the potential for any other unreasonable withholding of a permit in order to properly provide service to the customers, to its customers. So, honestly, it's any permit applicant should be able to rely on fair and reasonable and timely due process. However, when due process appears to be inexplicably withheld and there's no resolution or remedy offered, it really leads to this form of proceeding. And to readdress Eversource's position, our position's always been to work with all authorities having jurisdiction to obtain all the pertinent approvals necessary to construct this urgently needed substation. So, we believe that all the listed permits are critically required and should, if the board is considering carving some of them out, that please do not do so.
I appreciate your position, Mr. Petersall. Truly, I was attempting to ascertain what the normal permitting timeline might be for the individual permits. And that was the only goal of my questions so far in this hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, turning to the Parks and Recreation approval. It's my understanding that you need to apply for that approval based on the provisions of the Boston Municipal Code, specifically the City of Boston Municipal Code, Section 7-4.11, which requires the approval of the Boston Parks and Recreation Commission for all buildings and structures that are constructed or altered within 100 feet of a park or parkway. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And the substation site is within 100 feet, in this instance, of the Condor Street Urban Wild and the American Legion Playground. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that is why you're seeking approval from the Parks and Recreation Department.
Yes.
Okay. So if we can turn to attachment 14 of the petition.
Okay, so attachment 14 I have in front of me, that's the email correspondence between Carrie Marsh from Boston Parks and Recreation to Stephanie Krull, who's an environmental subconsultant for VHB on behalf of Eversource. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So based on the information in attachment 14, did you file the application to start the Parks and Recreation Department process on February 26, 2021?
Correct.
And as you noted, the attachment provides a copy of an email from Carrie Marsh, who I believe is the executive secretary for the Parks and Recreation Department, which notes the application was received and is being reviewed by the City of Boston Law Department in relation to pending litigation with the Conservation Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, that's in the same body of the email chain, correct?
So could you please explain the pending litigation reference presented in the email?
My supposition is that is in regards to the previously discussed appeals of the Conservation Commission's issuance of an order of conditions, which then was appealed and subject matter of the superseding order of conditions, which was issued in pending final resolution.
Okay. And the email also points you to a website for the City of Boston regarding securing approval from the Parks Commission. Is that right?
Correct. And we're already familiar with that because that's provides the guidelines under which the application would need to be assembled to address all the application information that Boston Parks and Rec Commission typically would require for review.
And is that the same website through which you would electronically submit your application?
Not to my knowledge, and I understand VHB delivered this electronically via email, and I can't confirm this. Someone from VHB could, but they may have also hard copy delivered it. But regardless, apparently by virtue of this email from Ms. Carrie Marsh, she's confirmed its receipt. Although she confirmed the receipt apparently months after we actually submitted it.
Well, on the website for the Parks Department, there seems to be a statement that the commission typically reviews projects after all other federal, state, and city agencies, and notes that that would include, for example, the Boston Planning and Development Agency, the Zoning Board of Appeal, the Landmarks Commission, and the Conservation Commission. Is that correct?
So yes, I'm familiar with that requirement, although it seems to be it seems to cause a do loop in the process. And in fact, if you go to the Parks Commission's published application information for Boston Parks and Rec Commission review, it typically includes items which notably overlap with other agencies and departments. For example, and I'll read the lists explicitly as it's contained in their publication: citing and site design. So site design is under the purview of Boston Water Sewer Commission. Project context and adjacencies, that's typically building and zoning. Height, massing, and setbacks, again, building and zoning purview. Design in the public realm regarding streetscape ingress and egress, that would be Department of Public Works. Shadow and wind impacts, that's building and zoning. Density uses and size of units, that's building and zoning. Removal of existing significant vegetation, landscape, plan, and tree preservation. Granted, that should be under the purview, or could be considered under the purview of parks. Grading, drainage, and stormwater control. That's explicitly designed per Boston Water Sewer Commission design standards. Appropriateness of site design as it relates to park frontage, general layout, and park access, edge conditions, planting materials, lighting, trash, fencing, walls, signage, etc. That could be considered under the purview of parks. Staging and construction management plan. That's a plan that's required by Boston Transportation Department under their purview. Application of low impact site design and sustainable design principles. That's typically under building and zoning. Input gathered through community outreach efforts relevant to parks. Well, as we all know, extensive community outreach had already occurred and is continuing on numerous fronts. The most prevalent currently being the Condition U facade design process.
I'm sorry, the most current being what?
Currently occurring and continuing on numerous fronts. The most prevalent being the Condition U from Notice of Project Change facade design process, which Parks and Rec is continually invited to. Lastly, mitigation for impacts and community contributions negotiated through Article 80. Well, a community benefit agreement was entered into by the community and the company. So it would appear that for the instant project, the only thing that's really relevant is the landscape plan. Now, the landscape plan was actually developed in concert with the Parks Commission and would be the only item of significance to enable their project approval. So let's, for a moment, look at the history of where the landscape plan started. So the landscape plan was developed at the bequest of Boston Conservation Commission during the CONCOM Notice of Intent proceedings. A meeting was held at City Hall, chaired by Concom, attended to by Eversource, Boston Parks and Recreation Department, Ms. Carrie Marsh, Boston Planning and Development Agency representatives, and Boston Public Facilities Department, which is developing
I'm sorry, Boston Public what?
Facilities, Boston Public Facilities Department, which is constructing the adjacent city police station. At that meeting, during the Concom deliberations, the city requested Eversource to provide landscape plantings vis-a-vis street trees and a significant number of shrubs and trees on city-owned property to the north of Eversource's property and along Condor Street. That landscape plan was developed in concert with Parks and Recreation and other departments, including DPW PIC. The selection of the quantity and species of trees were done by Parks and Rec themselves. And the landscape plan was included in the order of conditions that Concom issued only after Parks and Rec approved it. So there's been no valid explanation provided to Eversource as to why the Parks Commission would not accept the 100-foot rule application, considering that the most prevalent item in that application, as it relates to the adjacency of the parks, is the landscape plan. And lacking any inquiry, all the inquiries we've made, there's been no reasonable substantiation for their withholding of their review.
Well, I'd actually just like to focus you. I appreciate your explanation of the efforts that the company has gone to complete items that are normally part of the application. What I'd like to try and focus you on at the moment is the statement that is on the website that the commission typically reviews projects after all other federal, state, and city agencies. Is that new language in terms of the Boston Parks and Recreation Department's requirements? Or is that something that has been in effect for some time?
So that language is in their guidelines. I cannot confirm that that language is actually in the regulations or in the ordinance that promulgates their authority. And in all honesty, it's an unrealistic expectation, because normally and customarily for a project, the last approval is a building permit. And I can't imagine how a local parks department could have paramount and superseding conditions over federal, state, and other local permits. I can clearly understand where the Parks Department may wish to review those elements of a project that relate to an adjacent parkland, as I've described earlier.
Has that particular policy in terms of the Parks Department seeking to be the last agency to approve a project that's in for an application been raised in any previous applications with the Parks Department that the company may have filed?
I personally would not be knowledgeable of other applications that Eversource filed to City of Boston for proposed projects that fall within the 100-foot rule. So I honestly can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the panel who can answer that question? In that case, I'd like to make a record request, which will be record request citing board EFSB 2, for the company to provide information regarding its past applications associated with projects to the Parks Commission, and whether the Parks Commission has raised this language in association with the processing of those applications. And am I correct that for this substation project, you did not require approval from BPDA?
That's correct. This project did not fall within the jurisdictional authority of BPDA.
And nor did it require some authorization from the zoning board? Is that correct?
I would have to defer to the attorneys on that. I can't recall if under the underlying citing board application, if what zoning variances may or may not have been requested.
Would it be your understanding if the citing board had provided zoning relief to the company in the underlying cases approving the substation, that the company would not then need to seek any further approval from the zoning board, the Boston zoning board?
I am able to answer that. I was involved in the underlying cases, and it's my understanding that the decision in those included in a so-called 40A exemption that would eliminate the need for the company to seek any relief from the Boston zoning board.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Would you know if the company needed to seek a permit from the Landmark Commission?
I don't recall that.
I believe we have received, I could double check on this and we can, I'm 99% sure the Landmark Commission had no concern with this project. I believe that was one of the earlier, a very early request. For some reason, I recall seeing that somewhere.
We may be able to follow up on that after a break.
Yeah.
Thank you. And at the time you filed the application, you had already received approval from the Boston Conservation Commission, although that decision may have been appealed. Is that correct?
If you're referring specifically to the Parks and Rec application, yes, it was filed after Concom approval of the order conditions, issuance of order conditions, yes.
And does the email from Ms. Dixon that's in attachment 14 also state the commission reviews projects after all the other federal, state, and city agencies have completed their approvals?
Miss Dixon?
That would be Carrie Marsh Dixon, who.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I just know her by Carrie Marsh. Yes, I see that in her email. Again, I'm not certain that there's necessarily legal standing for that. I would have to have our attorneys review the actual bylaw or whatever the law is that promulgates their authority, or if this is just a nice to have type of thing. I'm not sure.
But at least in terms of her email, the company was provided with notice that the commission was stating that that was their policy.
That's correct.
Um, is the design review material, which appears to be dated April 2016, that's provided on the Parks and Recs website, still current based on your knowledge of the Parks and Recs application and review process?
I'm not familiar with what is on the Parks and Rec website. I'm only familiar with what we've actually submitted to Parks and Rec. So whatever was included in the Parks and Rec formal application should be relied upon as accurate.
And there's also a September 21st, 2021 email, again from Carrie Marsh Dixon. And she notes that there have not been any changes since February to the submission requirements. At that point, was the company resubmitting its application on that date?
Can you refer me to a particular attachment for that email?
If you look at,
Or is it the same
if you
attachment?
look at the page 1 of attachment 14. Ms. Dixon says,
Yes. Okay, I found it. Yes, I can. I see where it says that. Yes.
and she's asking on September 27th, 2021 for the company to resubmit the application to the Parks Commission using the link. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So did the company then resubmit?
I would imagine so. I wouldn't see why we would not have. It's especially after this response comes in end of September and the initial application was submitted in months earlier.
And so if you turn to attachment 15, there's a date on a submission by VHB that's dated October 1st, 2021. So would that be the new date of the application filed by Eversource?
It appears to be so, yes.
So for the purposes of the commission, is that completed application that's been refiled, restart the timing for the application process?
I would say no. I would argue that, or I'm sure it's debatable, that the initial submission in February should have kicked the clock off. Again, we worked with the Parks Commission to develop a plan to their liking, and it was submitted.
Have you had any communications with the Boston Parks and Recreation Department that essentially made any mention of the refiling being a restart, if you will, of the application process?
None to my knowledge. Eversource regularly attempts to make communications with all the various agencies in the city of Boston so that everyone is familiar and knowledgeable of the status of Eversource's projects. And I certainly believe that the importance of this project would have promulgated similar discussions. And those discussions would most likely have been conducted by Ms. Nicole Bowden, who's online.
if attachment 15 is the completed application, will that application be updated with additional information related to the exterior design of the substation when that design is finalized?
It could be, but I don't believe it needs to be, because fundamentally the landscape plan is the most pressing item that should be under the purview of the commission. And the facade is a building and zoning item. Has no impact whatsoever, in my opinion, on adjacent parks.
Is the exterior design information that's required to be provided to Parks and Recs as part of their review process?
Going back to their list of items. When I look at the list that I've cited earlier of the typical items for review, I don't see anything in particular that requires facade design to be submitted. It's very general in context.
And my question is, at least in part, because as an appendix to the VHB application, the company included the East Eagles substation aesthetic design presentation dated January 14th, 2020. So was that just additional information that the company provided to be helpful versus required?
So the company endeavors to provide agencies as a courtesy with any information that may help them fully understand and appreciate the gravity of any particular project it's pursuing. Those architectural renderings were the latest available at that time. The facade design effort, which is promulgated under condition U of the notice of project change, includes invitation to City of Boston agencies. And it would always be Eversource's expectation to continue to have dialogue with those agencies and provide them updated renderings upon selection by the community of which facade is preferred. So while it may not be a requirement for submission, it's a courtesy submission.
Okay, if we could go to attachment 16, which is an October 8th, 2021 email correspondence with Carrie Marsh to VHB. The email states the item will be placed on the agenda of the Parks Commission after all other approvals are in place, including the Chapter 91 license and the final design approval from the BPDA. Does the BPDA need to review and report to the Parks Commission before further action on the application can be taken?
One moment, can I have a moment? I know there's a checklist that the Parks Department uses for other adjacent agencies. For some reason now my computer is not behaving. Okay. Okay, so on there, Boston Parks Commission application form for design review, there are a number of lines for status of approvals, and I'll read them. Boston Redevelopment Authority, which is now BPDA, Zoning Board of Appeals, Boston Transportation Department, Public Improvement Commission, Boston Civic Design Commission, Boston Landmarks Commission, Boston Conservation Commission, Boston Art Commission, Boston Water Sewer, and State DCR, MEPA, Chapter 91, ACEC, NIPDs, etc. Now, again, I don't know that, I understand this is a checklist and it's a form, but in my opinion, to require all those other, what I think are higher level permits to be in place prior to a park commission review of a project is unreasonable condition. But yet, yes, I do see them listed.
So I'm just trying to ascertain based on the information that was submitted with the petition, Mr. Peterson, was essentially that email that's provided in attachment 16. How the commission put the company on notice that in addition to the other materials that have been submitted with the application, that the Parks Commission was also looking for final design approval on the exterior from BPDA and the Chapter 91 license.
I can't say if that was their formal or informal notification. But again, it just appears in consideration of the fact that Eversource worked in concert, and I can't stress this enough, we worked in concert with Parks Commission and BPDA and Concom to develop a plan that was amenable to those agencies. It's untenable that the commission would take the position not to review our application.
And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Peterson. I'm frankly just trying to walk through kind of a timeline and the communications between the Parks Commission and the company and what the Parks Commission was asking for when in terms of processing the company's application. So that's the context in which I'm asking that question.
Understood, and I appreciate that. And the chronology that's demonstrated by the email correspondence is accurate.
Now, the reference to final BPDA design approval, is that as part of the application to Parks and Recs, that Parks and Recs Commission would want to see a letter in support of the company's projects from BPDA in connection with the final design of the exterior of the substation?
One could assume so, because as stated earlier, the project doesn't fall within their BPDA's discrete jurisdictional authority. However, based on prior experience, and again, as I previously stated, Eversource endeavors to engage participation with the city whenever possible. And I'll give you an example, and I believe this even came up during the notice of project change, and we submitted evidence of a letter of support from then it was the BRA for Station 99 Seafood Ways facade, even though that, again, similarly did not fall under their jurisdictional purview, a letter was provided describing their approval of the facade and their subsequent desire to perform a post-construction inspection with the architects, and which we accepted. Without any issue. It was normal. In that situation, it just seemed, in every situation, as I've tried to be clear, Eversource always endeavors to work with all authorities having jurisdiction.
And in this instance, it's not necessarily that, for example, the BPDA has direct authority over the project, but that the commission relies on them to provide a response regarding certain matters related to the project. In this instance, the exterior design of the substation. Is that correct?
Again, one could infer that position based on the correspondence. And additionally, again, BPDA is invited to the facade design working groups, the focus groups. So
does BPDA also conduct any of their own public neighborhood group meetings with regard to projects or with regard to this project? Or is their participation strictly through the company's, meetings with community members?
I can't speak to other projects and BPDA's outreach processes. I'm not aware of any BPDA initiated outreach associated with this instant project.
Okay, thank you. So if we could take a look at attachment 17. Which is a email from Commissioner Woods to Nicole. Stating PIC approvals are needed to get to the Parks Commission. Parks completed their PIC review and approved our portion in early January when Howard resubmitted plans to us with the added tree as requested by Lisa Meyer.
Yes.
And so is that a reference to a letter that Parks and Recs would have submitted to the Public Improvement Commission as part of the Public Improvement Commission's review of the project?
So it was there's now shifting focus to the PIC process. So one of the PIC was seeking consent from the Parks Commission to move forward with PIC approvals. This email appears to document conversations to acknowledge that Parks Commission has approved the information submitted to PIC, which included all the relevant landscape elements that Parks Commission and Concom requested, and therefore has consented for this to move forward to PIC.
Could you please look at the company's response to EFSB P-11, specifically attachment 7? The company provided a letter dated June 30th, 2006 from the Parks Commission.
I'm sorry, P-11?
P-11, attachment number 7.
This is a letter from the Menino administration?
I believe so. It's dated June 30, 2006.
Okay.
Is this letter an example of how the Parks Commission would approve an application?
I can't answer affirmative or negative. I've never seen an approval from a Parks Department. So I don't know. This appears to be a signed letter of approval from the executive secretary, acting then as Boston Parks Rec Commission for a particular project. So one would assume so.
My apologies. Based on the administration that is in with the city of Boston, the approvals will change in how they conduct their approvals. So in 2006, this could have been the way the Menino administration approved things for Parks and Rec, whereas here we are in 2022, the approval is less formal, where it's not a letter maybe, it's just the thumbs up to the PIC or the commission saying, yes, we've reviewed, and this is able to move forward.
Well, I guess that was my question. Is this still the type of format that would indicate approval in the current administration and process of the commissions?
Based on the email that we received from Commissioner Woods, their approval process seems to be different here in 2022 with just informal, yes, we've reviewed and we do not have any issues with what Eversource has provided to us, and Eversource can move forward with the PIC. And that's just based on the email that we received from Commissioner Woods.
And is there some recording? Is there a vote taken by the commission? Which it's merely some written authorization from the commission, whether it's an email or some other document indicating approval.
Yes, we originally submitted these plans to the Parks and Rec Commission. They came back and they did ask us to make some additional changes at their request. We did those additional changes, and then the email you see there from Commissioner Woods was the thumbs up on those additional changes, and it was just that very informal from the commission, not a vote, not some kind of formal meeting as I know it between the commission, just the thumbs up that yes, we've reviewed, they've done what we've asked them to do, they're all set with a Parks and Rec review.
Okay. As a record request, I'd like the company to provide a copy of a more recent approval of an Eversource Energy project from the commission to the extent one is available. And I believe that would be record request EFSB 3. Is that correct, Alan?
It is.
Thank you. Does the company have an estimate based on past experience about what the typical time of filing, the typical time of review has been for the Boston Parks and Recreation Department from the time of the filing of an application with the commission until you receive approval?
Again, as stated earlier, I don't know if there's any normal and customary time frame, but it's not unreasonable for an applicant to expect an agency to conduct a review within, say, 4 weeks time frame and docket the item for a public hearing, unless that they have comments that need to be, reconciled by the petitioner. But as can be demonstrated by the chronology presented, that time frame is well extended in this situation.
To your knowledge, is the requirement for all the other approvals to issue before Parks and Recs issues their approval a provision within the Boston Municipal Code?
I'm not aware of any provision in the Boston Municipal Code that promulgates that condition.
Is it a part of any official regulations, or is it just agency practice?
I'm not aware of any code or regulation that would promulgate that requirement. The only place I've ever seen it was in their checklist or their instructions for submitting an application.
Can you tell me at what point in a permitting process would the company typically file for this type of approval?
A typical filing for this type of approval would occur once the relevant ancillary plans like site plan is completed, Conservation Commission ordering conditions were provided. Fundamentally, it's almost as timely as we did submit this application, nearly just I forget how many weeks after the order of conditions for the NOI were received by Concom, which incorporated the landscape plan, which was approved by Parks and Rec.
And so this would not necessarily be, for example, one of the last permits which the company would seek prior to the start of construction?
No, honestly, it never could be. The last permit any developer could obtain is a building permit by law. The building department has clear and direct authorization to allow a structure to be constructed.
So now I'd like to turn to some questions about the Public Improvement Commission and their process. So the company has identified 3 permits that it needs to seek from the Public Improvement Commission, or the PIC, including a pedestrian easement, certain grants of location for new conduits and manholes, and approval of a specific repair plan for the sidewalk on Condor Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the company applied for those permits on April 1st, 2021, and provided a copy of the materials submitted with that application as attachment 19 to the petition. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard me.
Thank you. And the email that's the first page of attachment 19 says that once you have all your approvals, including PIC, you can request to be on the next Parks agenda. Is that correct? No, maybe not.
Now, this email
It's
is
just
relevant.
the
Yeah, this
PIC.
PIC, this is for Todd Liming, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a request to be placed on the PIC new business agenda. And it included all the Public Improvement Commission requirements as it relates to the specific repair plan, the pedestrian easement plan, and grants location plan, as all is required under the PIC checklists, which,
Or attachment 18?
correct.
Or attach, yes. And that checklist essentially is an outline of what's required to file those application and the steps necessary for applicants to take as they move through PIC's review. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's the checklist and procedures.
Did the company consult with PIC legal counsel as part of the steps listed on the checklist to take prior to filing the application?
I believe so, yes, which is normal and customary. Yes.
And do you know if at that time the company was advised of the need for approvals to be secured from the other agencies as part of the PIC review process?
I'm not clear on the question. So
would the counsel for PIC have, when consulting with you before you filed, said part of what you need to do is to secure approvals from the other entities listed on the checklist as part of the PIC's review process of the application?
no, the process is very rote and well understood. Even the correspondence or contact with City of Boston legal counsel, as Nicole previously mentioned, most likely was informal. Could have been a phone call. It could have been an email. I honestly don't know. But I'm certain and confident that every element of the checklist was complied with, or we would not have submitted the application.
And the checklist that PIC requires differs by specific permit so that it identifies different agencies depending on the type of permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the expectation is that the company must provide some type of written response from each of those agencies as part of its submission to the PIC?
So that's the expectation. In reality, and I'll date myself a bit. So prior to email, an applicant was allowed to submit by certified mail notifications to all the various departments and adjacent utility companies of a proposed grants of location application. The return receipt was considered adequate proof that a notification was provided. More often than not, no response would ever come back. And similarly, with email notifications, oftentimes you don't necessarily get a notification back. You might get the electronic email was opened notice. But in my prior experience, that did not inhibit an applicant from proceeding to PIC, because that process, it was readily known and understood and acknowledged that oftentimes departments or other Utilities just simply did not reply.
And so once the PIC staff is satisfied with the submission that an applicant has made for a permit, is the way the company receives notice that it is deemed to be complete with no outstanding issues, by the fact the PIC places the project on a PIC hearing agenda for a new business hearing, or is there some intermediate step?
There's no intermediate steps. You are accurate in the fact that you're placed on a new business agenda, and you're typically notified in advance by the administrator, in this case Todd Lemon. In fact, we were placed on the new business agenda, and when we were subsequently removed, it was very much a surprise. It's very unusual to be removed.
That time when we were removed from the agenda, sometime in the fall last year, that we were told that we needed to then consult with some of these other agencies and receive those approvals. So yes, you are accurate. The thumbs up is the notification that you will be on the following week's agenda. They typically come out 1 week before, and that is the only notification that we typically receive in regards to the Public Improvement Commission.
And is that public hearing agenda published?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And how is that public hearing agenda published?
At a minimum, I know it's on the City of Boston website. I don't know if they also are obligated to publish it in, Boston Herald or Boston Globe. I'm not sure, but it is a published document, and it's a noticed public hearing.
Is public comment accepted at that hearing?
Yes.
Is a second hearing date set at that hearing?
Normally, yes. Typically, at the new business hearing, the applicant makes presentation, takes any questions from the commission. The commission opens the floor to the public for any comments. If there's requests for alterations, the proponent makes alterations and resubmits. If there's no request for alterations, the proponent attends the next scheduled hearing, and that's where the commission votes on the application.
If revisions or some plan amendments are requested at the new business public hearing, will the date for the second public hearing be set at that hearing? Or do you normally need to wait for the commission to announce a new date?
Depending on the nature of the amendments. In my experience, I've only ever received minor comments that were readily addressable, so that a resubmission was possible to be placed on the very next hearing date. And again, I'll not to beat a dead horse, but Eversource meets with the DPW in advance of submitting the petition, and in advance of getting on a new business hearing to review the proposed project. We submit documents to DPW for their draft review and solicitation of comments. We submit documentation to certain commissioners, like Boston Water Sewer Commissioner, for review, plan review, to solicit and ensure their comments are adequately dispositioned so they will be able to vote in the affirmative for the grant's location. We submit temporary traffic control plans and a construction management plan to Boston Transportation Department in advance of submission of the petition to DPW PIC, such that the BTD commissioner will be able to vote in affirmative. There's always a tremendous amount of legwork done in advance to encourage solicitation of comments and participation of the city agencies and departments, such that a removal from an agenda would be unheard of.
So would the official step to approve an application be taken by a commission vote? Taken at a second hearing called a public hearing rather than at the new business hearing?
That's correct. The vote is at the second hearing. The new business hearing is when it's simply that, it's new business. They don't typically vote at new business. There'll be, if you look at the draft agenda that was submitted as an exhibit, you'll see items that are NB annotated items and other items that are, were already on the agenda and most likely previously heard at a prior NB hearing.
So if you could turn to attachment 21. The company included a copy of an email from Todd Liming, who's the chief engineer, saying we will require positive responses from BTD and ONS prior to considering this project to be eligible for PIC new business. So is this email basically notifying VHB that they need to try and secure letters of support from ONS, which is the Office of Neighborhood Services? Is that correct?
That's correct. Boston Transportation Department and Office of Neighborhood Services.
And they want to have those in place before they were going to put you on the new business agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct. And this is, again, is an indication of what I mentioned earlier, where oftentimes certain agencies are just silent, but what we do submit with the petition is our notice that those agencies were notified. Okay. And because BTD is one of the sitting commissioners, oftentimes you won't necessarily receive direct comments from BTD consenting to being placed on PIC. What you would receive from BTD in lieu are any comments to the previously submitted temporary traffic control plans and previously submitted construction management plan, which in these instances, we did not receive comments on either of those documents and submittals from BTD. So it was our impression, based on experience, that BTD would not have an issue with this item being moved to new business. Now, relevant to the Office of Neighborhood Services, I believe they are only a requirement on the checklist for a certain, or for one, or I can't remember, I have to go back and look at the checklist, but they're not a requirement for all three of the submittals, only certain submittals. And Nicole can probably speak to conversations that were held with representatives of ONS where a consent was provided and then sometime later rescinded. She would have the specifics on that regard.
And for example, if BTD sign off is a requirement for all three permits, can you submit the same letter of support for each of the three permits? Do you have to provide three separate letters?
No, it would be one notification. And again, the lack of response is considered implied consent.
And based on, if you take a look at attachment 22, you had received support from ONS on August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And BTD had previously signed off on what was needed for the permits on August 26th, 2021.
As demonstrated by attachment 23, that's correct.
Okay. And so moving to September 22nd, 2021, PIC had asked about BTD, Parks, BPDA, BWSC, and the Chelsea Public Works, but put you on a draft agenda dated September 23rd, 2021 under new business. And I believe that the company provided that in attachment 25.
That's correct.
And the next day, as set forth in attachment 26, the Boston Water and Sewer Commission advised you that they might have additional comments. Is that correct?
That's correct in a consent email. And again, that's not unusual. We work in concert with Boston Water Sewer Commission, and they had already reviewed all of our plans and all their requirements for example, video of their sanitary sewer lines or storm drain lines, pre-construction and post-construction. All their requirements were incorporated into our plans, and Eversource would agree to comply with all the Boston Water Sewer Commission requirements.
Would it be, have there been examples where Boston Water and Sewer would give comments, you might receive approval from PIC, and then Boston Water and Sewer continue to ask for further refinements, but which does not affect the PIC approval you already received?
That would be highly unusual, as the executive director of Boston Water Sewer Commission is one of the PIC commissioners who votes on the project.
So, the fact that they advised you they might have additional comments lead you to believe that your placement on the PIC agenda could be deferred?
None whatsoever. I think it's fundamentally just a caveat that's attached by John Sullivan, the executive director of BWSC. And again, it's another individual within the City of Boston organization of authorities having jurisdiction that Eversource has mutual regular relationships and conversations with, and Eversource always endeavors to do the right thing and work with the agencies and meet all of their criteria and requirements.
I'm just trying to get a feel for example, if you get a letter of support from somebody like Boston Water and Sewer, and they may have outstanding issues, would you normally expect some
So-
issues to be resolved by the commission as part of a compliance activity.
During the new business hearing, if they come back and say they have questions or comments, that's the time that we're able to go back and make revisions to our plans, work with those different agencies as we come back. It may not be the following week for public comment, and maybe the week after, or however long it takes us to resolve those questions and comments that these agencies have after that new business hearing. So we can move forward with a new business hearing, although these agencies may have additional questions or comments or require revisions of our plans.
However, in the instance of Boston Water Sewer Commission, it would be highly unlikely, considering how closely we work with their engineering team to review our plans and profile drawings from concepts to final design. We meet with them multiple times. So any comment received once you get the pick from BWSC would be highly unusual.
And at that point, looking at the company's attachment 29, BPDA advised waiting to be put on the new business agenda on October 14th, 2021 until further community design meetings were held. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And attachment 35 provides additional PIC correspondence noting that Councilor Edwards requested the project be held and not moved to new business in October and January. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at this point, in terms of the checklists for the permits that are established by the PIC, what items are missing from the 3 permits as necessary for a full submission before it can be eligible to move to a new business hearing?
There's nothing missing from the petition.
So based on the company's response to information request EFSB P-7 supplemental, the community meetings related to the exterior design of the substation have been suspended. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it your understanding that to the extent that that process has not been concluded, would PIC continue to treat the submission package elements for the PIC as incomplete?
In my opinion, they should not, and for the following reasons. One, the facade design has no bearing whatsoever on the grant's location for duct banks in the public ways. Number two, the facade design has no bearing whatsoever on the ability of Eversource to enter and convey a sidewalk easement as a grantor to City of Boston as grantee. And number three, this facade design has no bearing whatsoever on this specific repair plan, because it was actually the need for the specific repair plan was promulgated by Concom and Boston Park and Rec Department's request for street trees, and promulgated by City of Boston Public Facility Department's reneging on a prior agreement to allow Eversource to utilize an existing curb cut on Condor Street and to create its own public access to the public way. That necessitated a curb cut, which then necessitated a utility pole relocation and a fire hydrant relocation, and subsequently the specific repair plan. So the facade design has no bearing whatsoever on the PIC process.
I understand that's the company's position, I'm just trying to clarify if based on the communications provided between PIC and the company, that the company was aware that the PIC was treating these items as necessary before it would advance the consideration of the company's application to hearing.
So one could say, yes, that those items that were identified, which are not necessarily part of the checklist, are now being added as additional thresholds necessary to be met before placing on PIC new business agenda.
Does the company currently have a time frame for resumption of the community meetings on the facade design?
Hi, Ms. Sharkey. I can probably answer that. Unfortunately, due to the increase in COVID that has just spiked up, we did postpone the planned neighborhood meeting. And it is our hope and desire that we will be able to re-engage in that process in short order. We are keeping a careful eye on the current COVID numbers. So we do not have a specific date at this time, but we are ready to roll as soon as we feel it's safe to do so.
Additionally, it was the Eagle Hill Civic Association's request to hold these larger community meetings in person. And so we want to make sure that we're adhering to that request and having these meetings in person, where the community can come out, see, touch, and feel, and ask questions.
And has Eagle Hill suggested a potential time frame for resumption?
Not at this point. Did we lose Ms. Sharkey?
At the meetings?
I'm sorry, Ms.
I have
Sharkey, you
a-
froze
no,
for
I
a
don't think
second. Do you
so.
mind repeating that?
Sure. I have another question, and then I think we'll take a 10-minute break. If you could look at the company's response to EFSB P-9, Part B, regarding the sequence of the permits. And let me know when you've had a chance to access that.
I have it.
Okay. I'm just trying to determine what the sequence of the permits would be. So it appears, is it correct that once PIC approves a project, then Parks and Recs would potentially be the next permit that would be issued, and then ISD would issue the building permit as the last step in the process? Is that correct?
I'm not sure if that's correct, because again, as we discussed earlier, the process by which Parks Commission manages their permitting purview is in question in my mind anyway. What the grants location specifically allows a utility company to do is work in a public way. So once a grants location is issued, then a utility company can apply for a street excavation permit or a street occupancy permit or a sidewalk occupancy permit, regardless of the, based on the nature of the work it wants to do in the public way. That's the purpose of the grants location. How it relates to Parks Commission, in my mind, is they're really separate and discrete items.
Well, I guess what I'm just trying to figure out in terms of separate from both Parks and Recs and PIC's policy that they would be the last permit to be issued among an array of permits for a project.
Mhm.
Um,
So similarly, a grant's location may not necessarily necessitate a building permit, because if you're strictly doing street infrastructure utility work, that's not a building permit. You know, it doesn't fall under zoning and building. So again, there are discrete elements in the overarching world of permitting, which is, as you can see, can be convoluted and challenging.
and not only from the siting board side.
I didn't say that.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break now and come back at I guess 3:10. Is that right? My watch and 10 after. Let's come back at 10 after 3.
Ms. Sharkey, can I just ask one question as we enter the break? I had promised our folks that have, need expertise that I would let them know by afternoon break whether they were likely to be needed as witnesses in the balance of the day. And I think that just depends on how much questioning you have, and perhaps if the interveners have after that, whether I can give them a pass for the rest of the day on this, or whether they should hang in there.
In terms of the siting board staff, I will check in the break and get back to you. If there are any interveners who want to ask questions on the issue of permits today, which again, you were advised you need not be prepared to do, but if you're seeking to, please let me know now.
Yeah, we're prepared to ask a few questions today.
We also may have a couple.
Mass DEP will not have any questions today.
Okay. Okay, well, let's come back at 10 after 3 and you at least have a partial answer, Mr. Rosenzweig, I think. Thank you. Off the record.
David, I think you
back on the record. I believe that pending receipt of some of the outstanding information requests regarding permitting, and potentially some of the record requests that were issued today, that would conclude the bench's questioning for the permitting panel. I believe Mr. O'Brien and Ms. Rubin, you both have follow-up on permitting that you want to ask now? So let's proceed, and we'll start with Ms. Rubin's questions, and then Mr. O'Brien's questions.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer Sharkey. I'm actually going to turn it over to my colleague, Attorney Phelps Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. Good afternoon. Is Eversource aware of any previous instances of a request for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest that seeks Citing Board approval of a Chapter 91 license that has not been finalized by Mass DEP?
Have to defer that response to Eversource's legal counsel, as they would be more familiar with other projects.
Yeah, and actually, just so that be clearer to Attorney Phelps, is we have other days. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Turner. We have other days when our environmental team and folks who specialize in that would be appearing, and they would be in a better position to answer that than this group.
Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna, I have some other questions about Chapter 91. I guess I'll proceed and we'll see if the panel here is able to answer them. And I guess otherwise we'll have to defer and reserve our rights on those questions. This morning, or perhaps early this afternoon, the Presiding Officer Sharkey posed some questions to Eversource about Mass DEP's recent communications about the Chapter 91 waterways license. In particular, its response to EFSB DEP-2. I don't know if the panel has that before them. I'll give you a moment to get that. My question is, has Eversource had any communications with DEP about the Chapter 91 waterway license since filing the petition and the application?
Right, since filing the petition and the application, did you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll let the witnesses see if they have any knowledge about that before I comment.
No, I do not have any knowledge of that, nor would I necessarily in this case.
That probably falls into the same category of questions that would be better addressed to our environmental specialists who been more directly involved in the licensing process before DEP.
Okay, that's fair, and again, we can defer and reserve our rights. I just want to be careful not to let anything go, because this is ostensibly a permitting panel, so I just want to make sure I don't leave anything unaddressed. Let me actually turn the panel to to IR response, EFSB P-11. So I think at least one member of the panel participated in this response. So I'll give these questions a try.
Could you repeat the reference, please?
Sure. EFSB P-11.
Okay, any specific, there were 12 separate attachments with P11, so any particular one?
Sorry, it's actually just P11. It's not one of the attachments. So
Got
P11 without any parenthetical after it. So in this response, in part, Eversource lays out the appeal process and timeline for various permits. My first questions are about Chapter 91 permit on pages 1 and 2 of 10. And Eversource in this table in the column on the far right describes the process and indicates that the DEP commissioners' final decision are subject.
I'm sorry, that the DEP commissioners, what?
Final decisions are subject to judicial review pursuant to General Law 30A, Section 14. Is it fair to say that the appeal process for a waterways license described here in this table differs from the appeal process for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest?
I'd have to defer to legal counsel. I have no idea.
That is a question that's more even legal in nature. I'm not even sure our DEP experts would be, and Chapter 91 experts would be able to distinguish or compare a 30A appeal to a Section 69P appeal or something like that that's statutory in nature.
Oh, okay, so, well, just to be clear, is that an objection to the question, or?
Yes, you can take that as an objection, yes.
Okay, well, I guess in response to the objection, I would say, that we've got this permitting panel here all day long. Mr. Peter Steele has been answering questions about laws, statutes, regulations, ordinances. Prepared a table about the relevant appeal process and timeline. So that would be my response to the objection. I would hope that the objection would be overruled.
Well, he did answer that. I think that he didn't know. I mean, that I was only trying to indicate to you that while there might be other people, it may actually end up as being a legal question once you even go beyond this panel.
So if you take a look at the information response, it lists persons responsible as, in addition to Mr. Peterson, counsel. And I suggest that to the extent that the CLF would seek further information regarding the appeal processes for a Chapter 91 permit, as discussed on page 2 of the response to EFSB P11, and potentially an appeal process of a citing board decision, that perhaps you could frame it in the form of a record request, which, like this information response, council may be able to contribute some clarification on however Mr. Turner frames his record request.
Okay, well, I'll proceed that way then. So I guess I have 3 questions. So I propose that I will pose 3 record requests. Can Eversource explain how the appeal process for a waterway license as described in EFSB P-11 differs from the appeal process for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest? The second record request would be, is it fair to say that the appeals processes described in prior record requests are different?
So that would, just for the purposes of the record, Mr. Turner, that would be record request CLF-1 for your first request,
okay,
and record request CLF-2 for your second request.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm gonna actually just add to the end of number 2 to avoid a number 3. At the end of number 2, thank you. At the end of number 2, it ended with the word different, and I would just add, with respect to the standard of review, the rights of the appealing party, and the scope of judicial review. That would be the end of the request.
Well, those questions are squirrely in nature. So we can do one of 2 things. They're very competent attorneys, and we are, and we may have difference of opinion, but they're equally able to answer their own question or argue for it on brief as might be applicable. And I wouldn't want whatever we provide to run afoul of what I discussed earlier, which is lawyers can't testify, and we're not trying to provide, a factual matter for the record, if you will, that would be something on which the citing board would rely, if you will. So I don't think those record requests are proper in this instance. I'd leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to belabor this. The last thing I'll say is we've been put in a difficult position because council has responded to information requests. We want to examine the company on the discovery responses, and I'm attempting to do so, and modified my approach to go with a records request at the suggestion of the presiding officer. So I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Rosenzweig, a solution which I'm sure you will not be excited by would be to provide the response and provide your objection as part of that response. And when we get the record request response, we'll take a look at your formal objection and deal with it at that point.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll shift gears now. I want to briefly turn the panel to the same IR, EFSB P-11. I want to go to attachment 1. Specifically, I believe there's 18 pages. I want to go to page 15. My question is, so running from side to side near the bottom of this figure, I see a hashed line labeled historic HW. Does that, does HW stand for high water?
You're on mute, Mr. Peterson.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, my view of this figure, it appears that the entire proposed substation here is situated below the historic high water line, even though it's above the line in this picture, but below the historic high water line. Am I reading that? Am I reading that figure right?
I'm not clear on your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Let me try it again in a different way. According to this figure, is the proposed substation located below the historic high water line indicated on this figure?
No, it's not below. It's north. It's situated north of the historic HW line, which one must remember properties in and around Boston have experienced tremendous amounts of fill of tidelands.
Thank you. Is the water body that this substation is adjacent to,
I'm sorry, does the water body what?
that this substation is adjacent to at the top of this figure?
Yes, the water body that it relates to is the Mystic Creek to the north.
Okay. I
Which
want
is
to
further north than what's shown on the drawing.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting. Were you able to finish?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn to a different IR response. It's EFSB G-3. I want to turn your attention to response section 1, subsection E, which mentions that quote, other than fugitive emissions from the gas insulated switchgear, there will be no emissions to the air from the operation of the substation, unquote. Can you describe what those, can you describe those fugitive emissions?
I would let Mr. John Zico answer that.
Yes. So when I prepared the reply to that, I wanted to make the distinction that yes, there was going to be gas insulated switchgear in the station, and there is a very small amount of leakage that results from that, and that would be a fugitive emission. The distinction that I was trying to make was that once the station was in operation, there would be nothing in there that had a combustion process, such as a boiler or a diesel or a gas-fired engine. That was the distinction I was attempting to make.
Has Eversource quantified those emissions that you just described?
We have provided a leakage rate in one of the prior IRs. I don't know which one it is right off the top of my head, but I know that question is in the record. That answer is in the record. My apologies.
Okay, and just to clarify, do you mean an IR in this instance proceeding to 22-01?
Maybe it may be in the underlying case, but I know that it's been answered. And again, I apologize just for not knowing where it is right off the top of my head.
Assuming that it's in an IR, I guess, for perhaps the project change filing docket, has Eversource made any updates with respect to its analysis of fugitive emissions since the IR that you just referenced?
No, we have not.
Do the emissions that we've just been discussing include sulfur hexafluoride?
Sorry, sulfur hexafluoride?
Yes, sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes, that is the only gas that would be used in the operation of the station.
And in its previous assessment of those emissions, did Eversource assess whether the facility would be in compliance with the state regulations concerning sulfur hexafluoride?
Yes, we did.
And what was the conclusion?
The conclusion was that we either met or exceeded what the compliance levels were.
Sorry, when you say met or exceeded, I just want to clarify. Do you mean you? Well,
we did. I think I know what you're going to ask, and I shouldn't anticipate, but we either met them or did better than what the requirements were.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Assuming for a moment that the citing board were to approve the company's pending petition and application in this docket, what other approvals are needed to begin construction?
I will turn that back to some of my fellow panelists.
So I think that's similar to a question that Ms. Sharkey raised earlier. And I believe I responded to that query by identifying typical contractor applied permits, which are just normal and customary to the construction industry. But the list of permits in the application are those that the company is pursuing.
As I recall, I think you also mentioned a building permit as a final step. Do you see that as falling under this certificate process or under a follow-on permitting process?
So we identified the building permit as in the application as item, looking for it, item 9. I'm sorry, item 8, where we request the board to issue the equivalent approval of a City of Boston foundation and building permit normally or ordinarily issued by the City of Boston's Inspectional Services Department. Yes.
And how long after Eversource receives all necessary approvals would the company expect to begin construction?
Without further delay.
Earlier today, Presiding Officer Sharkey was posing some questions about some email correspondence that had been circulated this morning between the Citing Board and the City of Chelsea Department of Public Works. Do you recall that conversation and that email exchange?
Yes.
In that exchange, Mr. Memelet, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, mentions a meeting with an Eversource representative. Mr. Peter Seil, do you do you understand that that's a reference to you or to someone else?
I believe that's a reference to myself, as prior to part of this entire project included installation of a transmission line, which Mr. Manolette also refers to in his correspondence. And he and I worked very closely together to ensure all the requirements of the city of Chelsea were adhered to. So we have a good working relationship, yes.
And in the email exchange, according to Mr. Manolette, says that the representative, the Eversource representative, did not intend to perform work associated with this approval for at least 2 years. Is that how you recall the conversation with Mr. Manolette?
So I don't recall it exactly as such, but it is accurate to say that, as I think I mentioned earlier this morning, one of the last items to be done would be to interrupt the existing transmission line between Mystic Station 250 and Alfred Street in Charleston, Boston, and Station 48 in Chelsea. Sever that line and splice in the new line to service the East Boston substation and provide the critically needed infrastructure of transmission to East Boston. And that would occur at the tail end, at the very end of the overall project.
Okay, so to follow up, you mean that the construction might take as many as 2 years? Is that what you're referring? Is that what you're explaining?
Yes, the construction of a brand new substation can take up to 24 months. That's correct.
A few moments ago, you said that once the all necessary approvals, if all necessary approvals were received, then Eversource would begin construction without any further delay. Can you quantify what you mean by without further delay, by specifying the number of days, weeks, months?
Well, once we receive all the requisite approvals, Eversource would engage a contractor to begin the site work associated with the work with the project. The Eversource had already performed a significant site remediation project, which prepared the parcel for construction. So it's ready, it's shovel ready, I guess is the phrase.
Let me ask this, recognizing that every project is different, what is the typical time between when Eversource receives all of its permits and then begins construction?
Well, every project is different, and the requisite number and types of permits may be different for each project. But typically, once those permits that can facilitate construction, field construction, are in hand, Eversource doesn't wait. They proceed post haste because the infrastructure is deemed critical to support their customer base.
So does that mean that construction could begin within days of receiving all necessary approvals?
Yes, activity at the site could literally start within days. I mean, activity can include minimal activity or significant major activity, but activity could start right away.
Thank you. Presiding Officer Sharkey, as you know, we had some questions about Chapter 91 that we didn't get to really flesh out. We also have sort of a separate, broader line of questioning on citing a little bit more generally, and we ask that perhaps we defer additional questions to the next hearing date, with the added caveat that we'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine witnesses on this panel here today at a future date.
That's appropriate. Remember, I had informed the parties that they did not have the obligation to go forward today. So that contemplated that the permitting panel would be made available at a future date when we send out the further dates in the procedural schedule.
Well, thank you. With those qualifications, I will yield the floor.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, thank you. As you've just said, presiding officer, if the permitting panel is going to be available, we can defer our questions. We do have a few. I jotted down a number of questions, but we can hold them over for the next time.
That's fine, Mr. O'Brien. Would the company like to begin its direct on the need witnesses?
Yes, we would. I just want to make sure as I look around that our team is present and accounted for. I believe that is the case. So I would.
Would you like a brief break and then we can come back if you're ready to go forward?
We need 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Off the record. before we go back on the record, Ms. Rubin, did you say that you also had some questions on need that you wanted to proceed with today?
We're happy to wait on need. We weren't sure we were going to get there today, but we do have a line of questioning if it helps for us to go today.
Well, let's see how far we get after direct, and we may ask you to start.
Okay.
If that's acceptable.
Sure.
So since we're off the record, just for context, we have 5 folks that will be on this panel. 2 of them have already been sworn. That'd be Craig Holstrom and Nicole Bowden, and 3 new people that we would ask to be sworn and do brief direct. Dan Ludwig, Juan Martinez, and Lavelle Freeman. Kathy will handle the direct examination for those 3 new witnesses once we go on the record.
Okay. Are they all present? I'm just asking, not commenting.
I'm looking at one screen.
Juan Martinez is here, Dave.
And Lavelle, I see you.
Yep, Lavelle's here.
Craig, are you there?
Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, I think we have everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back on the record?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The company has a panel of 5 witnesses, 2 of which have been sworn, 3 that need to be sworn, and Ms. Cuthan will handle the direct examination. The new witnesses are Daniel Ludwig, Juan Martinez, and Lavelle Freeman.
Good afternoon. Why don't I start with Mr. Freeman? Could you please state your name, business?
Kathy, could I swear them in first?
Oh, yes, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the 3 witnesses who have not been sworn already raise their hands and show it in their Zoom screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
I do. Yes.
And the other witnesses are reminded that they are already sworn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Lavelle A. Freeman. I'm an employee of Eversource Energy, and my business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the Director of Distribution Systems Planning.
Do you have a document in front of you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EVLF-1?
I do.
And I will just note for the record that we will provide the resumes of these new witnesses for the record either later today or tomorrow. They have not yet been submitted. And is that document that you just referred to your resume?
It is.
And what is the purpose of your testimony today?
To support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, Kathy. What does what?
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
As the Director of Distribution System Planning at Eversource, my team, along with others in the company, has evaluated the continued need for the East Eagle substation, and has participated in developing alternatives and the solution itself.
Were your responses to information requests that bear your name on these subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt these materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Juan, middle initial F, Martinez. I'm with Eversource. Address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, MA 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the manager of distribution system planning.
Do you have a document in front of you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-JM-1?
Yes,
Is that a document, your resume?
that is correct, yes.
And what is the purpose of your testimony today?
To support the company's petition and application for certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
As a distribution planning manager, I am in charge of assessing and planning the electric system capacity needs for this area and substation, and also involved in drafting information requests.
And were responses to those information requests that bear your name on those subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to offer to the record?
No.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ludwig, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Daniel Ludwig. I'm employed by Eversource Energy. My business address is 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource, Mr. Ludwig?
I'm the manager of the Sales and Revenue Forecasting Group.
Do you have a document in front of you that has been marked for identification as Exhibit EV-DL-1?
Yes, I do.
And is that document your resume?
Yes, it is.
And what is the purpose of your testimony here today?
To support the company's petition and application for a certificate of environmental impact and public interest.
What has been your role on behalf of the Mystic East Eagle Chelsea Reliability Project?
So I oversaw the development of the load forecast in this proceeding and the review of that load forecast.
Were responses to information requests that bear your name on those subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections or changes to the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. The company has no further questions of its panel on the topic of need, and they are available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Huthen. Ms. Rubin, would you like to start questions for the need panel?
We are prepared to do so. Again, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Attorney Phelps Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you. First, can you describe the Chelsea, East Boston, Lynn load area, including how many electric customers this area serves?
So, Dan or Lavelle.
You can probably take that one, Craig, if you don't mind.
No, okay, just.
Yeah, so I can probably, the easiest way to do that would probably and right now I'm just looking for the information request where we have a graph that will help me basically answer that question. Give me 1 second. Then I'll point to it so that it's on. So yeah, if you look to EFSB, under EFSB 7, figure EFSB N71 is called existing and proposed design.
I'm sorry, it's called what?
EFSB N71.
I heard that and then I didn't understand what followed.
The name of the figure is existing and proposed design.
Thank you.
The left side of the figure is the existing design, and it basically is a high-level representation of what the electric system configuration is. So currently we have a substation called Chelsea Substation, and it supplies both the area of Chelsea and the area of East Boston. The station consists of 3 large distribution bulk transformer. It's supplied by transmission by transmission lines, and it consists of various transmission feeders that basically spread out and supply both Chelsea and East Boston. The number of customers is also within the information request. I'm just going to look for them 1 second. It is an approximate number of customers. It's approximately 36,000 customers supplied by the substation in both areas that I've shown in the figure.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions based on that. First, is this the only load area in East Boston, or is this one of many?
I don't understand the question, Turner. Sorry. So
That's
when you
okay.
say load area, just can you rephrase that?
In the application, in various places, and the petition, Eversource describes something called the Chelsea / East Boston / Lynn load area. And I'd like to know if that's the only load area in Boston, or sorry, in East Boston.
Let me try to answer this. So Station 488 supplies the entire East Boston area, and it supplies the entire Chelsea area. The areas above that are supplied by a separate utility. So in East Boston and Chelsea, which is Eversource territory, this substation supplies the entirety of both East Boston and Chelsea. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I think so, but just to ask one clarifying question. So all of Eversource's electric customers in East Boston and Chelsea are served by this substation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Has this load area that we're describing, the Eversource load area in East Boston and Chelsea that's served by the substation, has that changed since the underlying proceedings? I'm thinking of the prior to citing board proceedings. And I'm wondering if the geographic dimensions or any other dimension of the load area has changed since, let's say, since 2014 when the application was initially submitted.
I don't think so. This is, we supply this area, so our supply area has not changed. This should be the same area as when original petition went in.
Okay. So you mentioned the total number of customers. What's the ratio of residential to non-residential customers in this load area?
I do not have that information on hand, but that's probably something we can get. I will have to look for that information. I don't think we provided that in any of the information requests. So
okay.
No, I don't have an answer to that question. Sorry.
No need to.
Not at the moment.
We can either follow up at a later hearing date, or potentially that we may include this with our information requests later this week. Similarly, do you know what is the separate from the residential versus non-residential customers? Do you know what % of demand comes from residential customers in this load area versus demand from the non-residential customers?
Let me try to answer it this way. So demand varies, right? Demand is not fixed. So it will almost be an impossible question. So no, we will not know at what time do we have commercial versus residential load at any point because the demand always changes, right? So without something like an AMI for every single customer, it will be almost impossible to know what exact demand comes from commercial, what exact demand comes from residential. So no, that's not something we have. Not even something we'll be able to get.
So am I understanding that that the commercial and industrial customers also don't have AMI for metering or tracking purposes?
No, we don't. So let me rephrase the question. It will be hard to know exactly what is the demand for every customer, right? Because demand changes. So demand is basically the sum of every single customer flipping the switch on or turning on the air conditioner or turning on the AC, right? So it varies. So like that compound effect of those small decisions compounded, that's what creates the demand. So to put a number on how much at every single point is commercial, how much is residential, it's very difficult. That's what I was trying to say.
I want to turn your attention to the petition for a moment. It's page 2 at footnote 2. There's a sentence that says, at present, East Boston is served only by distribution lines. Actually, I'll just stop there. That's the part that I have a question about. Are all of Eversource's electricity customers in East Boston served only by distribution lines at this time? Including residential and non-residential?
Maybe you want to rephrase that question, Turner. So I can probably answer the first question, which is yes, all the customers in East Boston are supplied by distribution lines. And I'll refer you back to figure EFSB N-7-1. Basically, out of the substation, which is Chelsea substation, you have the distribution lines that come out of the station and they supply the entire area of East Boston. So all of the customers in East Boston, yes, they are supplied by distribution line. I'm not sure if you have, if you can rephrase your original question, but I hope that answers your question.
No, that's good for now. Thank you. Is Massport and/or Logan Airport as an entity served by Eversource?
That's correct. Okay. Massport is one of our customers.
Is Logan Airport served only by distribution lines?
That is correct. All of our customers are supplied by distribution lines.
Actually, I want to go back to that footnote. I thought I was done, but let me go back. The footnote that I was just reading on page 2 of the petition, footnote 2, says, at present, East Boston is served only by distribution lines without any transmission capacity existing in East Boston to provide for the area's growing needs, period. The phrase areas growing needs, does that refer solely to increased demand expected from electrification of transportation and buildings, or is Eversource referring to other potential growth factors here?
So I'll also take that question. So when we say growing needs, we mean all the growing needs of the area. So because Chelsea substation supply both Chelsea and East Boston, any growth of load above and beyond what is the existing load it's basically supplied by Chelsea. So both growth in Chelsea area and in East Boston area will be supplied by this substation. So when we say growing need, we mean all the growth in Chelsea and East Boston.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could expound upon that a little bit and talk about what the growth factors might, or that Eversource is considering as it tries to do distribution planning for the future. I mentioned electrification, and I understand that the company mentions that in several places in the petition and in the discovery. I'm just wondering if there are other growth factors, including but not limited to population or other factors that you can identify for us.
So table EFS. So let me go back to another reference. So if you look at table EFSB N3, right? It shows everything we consider as part of the growth in the forecast. That is what we plan for in this area. I will also point out to EFSB N-6, which considers the answer to question EFSB-6, which also consider growth in the area of just East Boston. So the table EFSB N7, it's what we have in the forecast, which includes both Chelsea and East Boston. And in question EFSB-6, the company tried to provide a little bit more detail into what we see as potential concerns in the growth just in the East Boston area.
Was your question on general economic growth? Was that where you were heading?
Well, it was no. Well, thank you for the question. It wasn't limited. I was trying to ask it as an open-ended question to try and figure out what Eversource sees as the factors behind growing needs. Whether it's economic growth, population growth, electrification, whatever. But if you have anything to add, I'd be very interested in hearing it.
Sure, I think I can add a little color to that. So in terms of the forecast, we do capture general economic growth in this region. And that is picked up by the variables that we have in our system peak model, which for this forecast run was economic data was retail sales. The retail sales variable really measures the overall health of the economy. You could think of it as higher retail sales go up. That generally would lead to more stores, more commercial businesses. As you start to see that, generally you would see higher salaries come along with that, which could ultimately lead to more residential development. The economic variables that we capture are really high-level concepts that try to get at really the underlying growth in the region. So in addition to that, our forecast does include step loads. We do capture expected changes in large customer additions. So really, it would be potential electrification down the road, large customer adjustments, and general economic growth, I think would be the three pillars of growth.
And if I may, let me expand a little bit on the electrification side. So our forecasts usually look 10 years out in the future. That's our planning horizon, 10 years. And what Mr. Ludwig just described basically comprises our 10-year forecast. Electrification, in coordination with the state's decarbonization pathways, has the potential to add a tremendous amount of load to our substations. We have not done a detailed electrification analysis for the Chelsea East Boston area. However, we recently completed an analysis for the East Cambridge area. And if we apply that same methodology to the Chelsea East Boston area, from a very high level, we see two trends: electric vehicle, the electrification of transportation, and the electrification of heating. In the Chelsea, East Boston area, there are about 58,000 electric vehicles. And we know that about 1,100 vehicles would add about a megawatt of load to our stations. If we look at the travel patterns, which we have polled, there are about 1,800 vehicles terminating every 15 minutes during peak times in East Boston. If even 10% of these vehicles that are terminating convert to electric vehicles, this would add about 8 megawatts in the winter periods and about 4 to 5 megawatts in the summer periods to the Chelsea station. And that's just 10% of vehicles. This analysis does not account for about 200,000 vehicles that may travel distances and enter into Logan Airport and any broad electrification plans that Logan Airport has, such as the prospective Hertz electrification.
Sorry, such as what?
The prospective Hertz electrification initiative. On the electric heat pump side, which is the electrification of heating, we estimate that there are about 13,000 residential homes in East Boston alone. And if heating in all of these homes were converted to electric heat pumps, we estimate an incremental winter demand of about 68 megawatts just within the residential sector alone. So if you consider the wider Chelsea, East Boston area, there's about 77 million square feet of space that could be heated. If you subtract the space that already has electric strip heating, and you subtract the space that may never be electrified from a heating perspective. So if you discount 50% of that space, is what I'm trying to say, you're looking at maybe over 100 megawatts of additional heating load, electric heating load added to the stations. So in summary, the electric vehicles have a potential to add about 20 to 30 megawatts of load. Heating has a potential to add between 70 and 100 megawatts of load. So you could see that in the future, in the very near future, our stations may be switching from summer peaking to winter peaking. And in fact, the analysis that we did in East Cambridge showed that in about 15 to 20 years, it'll switch to a winter morning peaking station. And whatever headroom we have now in the winter will be eaten up pretty quickly. And as the stations switch to winter peaking, the peak will begin to accelerate tremendously, driven by heating and electric vehicles. And we expect to have even more constraints at our stations in the winter. And so what we're seeing now in the forecast horizon, we're already seeing constraints. By 2024, Chelsea Station will be exceeding its emergency rating. And by 2031, it will be well over its emergency rating. That's within the forecast horizon. Electrification is the train coming down the track. It's a whole different ball game. And we expect that the station, if it's constructed in East Eagle, would be well positioned to meet not just the load in the forecast horizon, but also that electrification load that we know is coming in the future. I hope that helps.
If I may, I guess just to make sure we're all on the same page, I just wanted to go back to some of your earlier questions that, and I think it fits well with what Lavelle just spoke about. You know, the Chelsea East Boston area is one load pocket, and it's currently just served by one station in Chelsea, 488. The only transmission in the area is the station 488 right now. So all load in this area, and if you look at the area geographically, it is an island. It has no other ties to any other substations in our area. So the total East Boston Chelsea load area is single threaded to be served from station 488. So when you think about what Lavelle just spoke about, it doesn't matter if there's load added in East Boston or Chelsea, it's one area. And that's the need for East Eagle to help support the area, provide resiliency. The substations will back each other up, and therefore provide a much stronger electric system for our customers in both Chelsea and East Boston.
Some of the responses have alluded to forecasting, so I wanted to shift to that for a moment. What data does the company rely upon to conduct its demand forecasting?
Sure, I can take that one. So the key data that we're going to rely upon is going to be the actual peaks, the actual historical peaks, which the company measures and quantifies. In addition to that, the primary driver of peak demand is going to be weather. So we purchase hourly weather data from a vendor. The weather data for summer peaks is going to be a combination of temperature measured as cooling degree days along with humidity. We join those two variables together and create a weighted temperature humidity index. That's what ultimately drives our peak equations. In addition to that, we look at different economic variables. When we're doing our modeling, we always try different variables each year to ultimately find one that has a strong statistical fit in our model. The economic data, the history and forecast is provided by a third-party vendor. We do not make any adjustments to that data. The economic data solely comes from Moody's Analytics. So we've been using them for a number of years now. They're used by a number of utilities across the country. So those are the main variables that drive our equation.
Thanks. And I have a couple of follow-ups. One, how far back do you look? And you mentioned looking at peaks. When you look back, are you looking only at peaks, or are you looking at historical load, say over 8,760 hours per year?
Sure, I can comment on that. So for the purpose of this, the focus is strictly peak demand. My team, we are the sales and revenue forecasting group. My team is responsible for forecasting sales. So that would be annual sales is basically 8,760. It's the annual consumption for electricity. We forecast that by sector for all of our operating companies. So that would be residential, commercial, industrial, but that's done at an operating company level. We don't drill down and do that by substation. So we do look at that, but that's done at a much higher level. When we talk about demand, we do that at the system level, but we also drill down and do that for planning purposes at the substation level.
And how far back do you go with respect to the variables you described? How far back do you go in terms of years?
Sure. So that will vary from year to year. Part of the modeling each year is to try different time periods. Sometimes we go back to as far back as 2000. We always include the latest available data. That's something we always do. So we update our forecast every year. And whenever we run our forecasts for these system peaks and substations, we always include the most readily available summer peak data. But on the back end, that varies from forecast to forecast. Generally speaking, most of our models begin in the mid to late 2000s.
Okay. So if I'm understanding, the company doesn't measure historical demand or try to forecast the demand at the substation level, at the substation level. So how is the company confident that the proposed substation is needed?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yeah, let me try again. If the company does not measure demand and forecast demand at the substation level, then how can it be confident that the proposed substation is needed?
So I apologize if I misspoke earlier. When I said we don't do something, that was related to measuring residential, commercial, industrial sales. So that'd be kWh at the substation level. We do measure peak demand at the substation level.
Got it.
So sorry for that confusion.
And does the same, just to clarify, does the same apply for the forward-looking forecasts, so that when you're forecasting, you're attempting to do that at a substation level?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
And I asked about data underlying the forecasting. I'm wondering if you could describe the methodology that the company uses to conduct its demand forecasting.
Sure. So we use an econometric approach at forecasting, which really examines the historical relationship. So here, what we're going after is the historical relationship between historical peaks, weather data, and economic data. So what the model does is it will say, go back and look at the past 15 years. It's going to say, how have our peaks changed relative to changes in weather, relative to the changes in the economy? Over that 15-year period, we're going to establish a relationship for each of those variables, weather and economy. We will then apply a forecast of economic data to that established relationship to arrive at a forecast. The weather data in the forecast is going to be held constant throughout the entire 10-year forecast that we do. The weather data is going to be based on a 90-10 weather event, which said another way means the weather event only has a 10% chance of being exceeded. So it's an extreme weather forecast.
Okay. And when you just mentioned weather forecasting, does the weather forecasting account for higher temperature summer days?
So not at the present moment. Presently, what we do is we have a 10-year window. So we update on a rolling basis. It's always a 10-year look back for weather. Our 90-10 weather event, we grab the highest peak weather event in the last 10-year period, and then we hold that constant throughout the 10-year forecast. So to your question, there is no escalator in there for potential climate change impacts as of now. Which could lead to a potential higher peak in the future.
How, if at all, does the Department of Public Utilities' recent approval of the 2022 through 2024 energy efficiency plan factor into the company's demand forecast?
Sure, I could take that. So the variables that I spoke of earlier were really the variables that drive the equation itself, our model. After we do our modeling, we then layer on something called out-of-model adjustments. So our out-of-model adjustments include energy efficiency, company-sponsored energy efficiency, electric vehicles, and more broadly, solar. For energy efficiency, we always use the latest available data that is available to us. For this proceeding, for East Eagle in our 2022 forecast, we actually had our energy efficiency team do a very detailed analysis strictly for this East Boston area, which incorporated the latest and greatest information available as the new 3-year plan, which was just approved in late January, I believe.
Okay, and so thank you. I asked about that plan, and you referenced it a bit in your answer. You know, one requirement of the order in that case is that to increase the number of renters served and hard to reach, hard to serve customers, including in East Boston. And I'm wondering how that reduced demand effect factors in or influences Eversource's demand forecast.
So I can confidently say that would be included as a reduction in the demand forecast. We don't do a customer by customer projection, but all the latest trends and analysis was done by our EE department, and that would get incorporated in the forecast and thus be a reduction in the forecast we presented for our 2022 forecast.
And I think you may have said this, but just to confirm, you said that the forecasting included in docket occurred after the 2022 to 2024 plan came out. Is that energy efficiency plan came out? Is that correct?
Correct. So in the most recent data request that we provided our 2022 forecast, which was finalized in March of 2022.
In several places in the petition application, the company references East Boston as an electrical island, and I can provide those citations if needed. For example, on page, well, actually, let's just turn to page 17 of the application. It's in the second, sorry. Bear with me for a moment. Sorry, page 18 at the very top. Because East Boston, quote, because East Boston is an electrical island served solely and radially out of Chelsea substation, unquote. I won't read the rest of that, but I wanted to ask, is it fair to say that Eversource serves other load areas within its service territory radially?
This is a very important concept, Turner. So maybe let me spend some time on it. If you all don't mind, I can take care of this one. So it's Boston area, right? So this is the only area where we have a substation that basically has no other substations around it, right? And Craig mentioned that earlier. The East Boston area itself, not only is it's supplied just radially by Chelsea, it's also supplied with distribution crossings, right? Which has a separate level of reliability concerns. But East Boston itself is in our service territory. Probably it is the only area that's isolated with no other substations that can be used basically to provide any backup. If you look at any other one of our substations, yes, we supply load radially, but they have other substations near them, next to them, other feeders from other systems next to them. And we have the ability, right, even let's say during emergency, to use the nearby ties if needed to provide some sort of level of relief. East Boston doesn't have that ability. So even if you look at, I can give you examples, but even if you look at in the East Cambridge area, you have multiple substations supplying the same area, basically. If you go down to south, if you go down to other areas, you have stations that are near each other, and then the stations do supply load radially, but there's another station next to it that worst case scenario the utility could utilize to supply load, right? The actual only example that I can think of right now is Martha's Vineyard, actually, that is similar to East Boston. So that is the only example that I can think of that is similar to East Boston in terms of electrical configuration. It's basically supplied by a substation via some sort of water crossing, and is basically by itself isolated. We cannot use the systems. We cannot use the Engrid systems to pick it up. They're not.
I'm sorry. We cannot use the what system to pick it up.
We cannot use the nearby utilities to provide support because they're not compatible, right? So the only one I can think of is actually Martha's Vineyard that is similar to East Boston. So In the metropolitan area, we do not have that condition. It will be outside the metropolitan area.
Okay.
And I hope that answers the question. It's a very important concept for the purpose of this project. So I want to make sure you get,
No, I appreciate the answer. I do have a follow-up. You mentioned Martha's Vineyard, and I appreciate the example. I'm wondering if Eversource is planning for growth in that load area from electrification or from other economic factors, the same way it is with respect to East Boston.
So we do have plans for Martha's Vineyard in order to meet their capacity demands. There are actually projects right now planned to introduce new submarine crossings to Martha's Vineyard in order to meet their demand. We have made progress with the Martha's Vineyard Commission because they went ahead basically and said that they have plans to electrify. But to Lavelle's point earlier, none of our forecasts have that state electrification goal built into it. They do not. Basically, the work we're doing in Martha's Vineyard now is to meet the demand now, and then those projects will have capacity for future growth. But the projects we're doing is to meet the demand now, which is similar to the East Eagle proposed substation.
So just as a follow-up, is Eversource planning any infrastructure or facility to address expected load growth in the Martha's Vineyard load area?
We have plans now to supply load to the island to meet their needs as of right now. And every time the project that we're proposing has capacity for future needs. So there is spare capacity when we plan the system. We don't plan it for right now. We do have some headroom for capacity for future growth.
Yeah. But I would just add another point. Martha's Vineyard is fed out of Falmouth Bulk Substation. Falmouth Bulk Substation is backed up by other substations. So in the case of East Boston Chelsea, Station 480 in Chelsea does not have a backup substation, hence the island in the radial. Martha's Vineyard is distribution load that's fed out of Falmouth. Falmouth Station has other stations that back it up. And then Martha's Vineyard has multiple paths to feed from Falmouth substation if there was a problem at Falmouth. So it's similar in some ways, but again, when you think about the concept of kind of a modern electric system, substations, backup substations. That's I would say best utility practice. Because if you have a problem in a substation, it takes a long time to restore that substation, just because of the nature and the size of the equipment.
I think my one more follow-up question. Do you have anything you could point us to that would explain? I appreciate that last response that would explain the circuitry in with respect to Falmouth and Martha's Vineyard with respect to, say, contingency analysis in say an N-1 or N-1 situation.
That has been answered. Let me check which information request we probably provided the best answer to that question. And I can point to that. Give me 1 second. So probably EFSB and EFSB N5 is probably the best information request to answer that question. We do have a very high level substation 1 line, and we do have explanation of N-1 in a lot more detail than was previously presented.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. My question was about the Martha's Vineyard Falmouth area that Mr. Holstrom had referred to. So I'm wondering if there was any, and I appreciate you pointing this out. I had seen that. I was wondering if there's anything similar that we may be able to access from Eversource that would show that the comparable situation in Falmouth Martha's Vineyard.
I understand what you're asking. I mean, we can certainly provide, you know, details around how our systems configured in that area, if that's what you're looking for, to see the stations that back each other up on the Cape.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I'll follow up with an information request. Staying in the application on page 2, this isn't the only place it's cited, but on page 2 in the second sentence of the first full paragraph, the company says, quote, "The reliability risk in East Boston is one of the most pressing electric needs on the entire Eversource system," unquote. Without the proposed substation, can Eversource describe how likely, in quantitative terms, outages are in East Boston?
So I'll take that. So outages, as you can imagine, is a stochastic event. When something happens, it's not entirely predictable. And when it happens, we need to have enough capacity and enough redundancy in the system and remedial actions to ensure that there is no loss of load. In one of, I think it's EFSB, give me a second, let me find the right response. Yes, EFSB N-7. We provided information on the substation outages and the feeder outages over the last 15 years. And there were several outages that caused significant loss of load. In one case, about 11,000 customers were affected by a station transformer event that led to an entire bus being dropped. In another situation, there was a 14 kV feeder failure that caused a sag, and other feeders were affected. The question also listed a table in table EFSB N-7-2, a number of events over the past years on most of the 29 feeders that cause customer outages and events that disrupted, it resulted in several thousand customer minutes when all aggregated. So taken in context, the data shows that the feeders, even though they're underground, mostly like 78% of the feeders in East Boston are underground and less in Chelsea, even though the distribution feeders are underground, they are subject to faults from a number of sources. And the station itself is subject to issues. We have not had a transmission system failure to this point, fortunately. And these events that happened over the years can be quantified in terms of metrics or indices, SAIDI, SAIFI, CAIDI, which we report annually. And if history is taken as a guide, we can provide an insight into the intrinsic reliability of the distribution feeders and the substation assets at Chelsea Station. And one of the points that need to be really emphasized here is that East Boston, which is served out of the Chelsea Station by crossings under the Chelsea Creek, is subject and is affected by events that happen in Chelsea. When there's a substation event in Chelsea, customers in East Boston are affected. When there are feeder events in Chelsea, customers in East Boston are affected. Because there is load growth in East Boston, a new station in East Boston would not only provide significant capacity for load growth, but would also improve the reliability of the area in general, because both stations will not be able to support each other. That island effect that Craig mentioned and Juan talked about will not be alleviated by having a second source that can offload Chelsea in the event of an event at Chelsea, or can offload East Eagle in the event of an event at East Eagle. Both stations can collaboratively support each other. Not only that, but the feeders themselves that currently exist, that are tied across the creek, those feeders from Chelsea can be tied into the feeders out of East Eagle. And on a distribution level, those can support each other. And that is a concept that exists all across our territory. Distribution feeders are tied together so that there's a fault on one of the feeder. The fault can be isolated and customers who are not in the faulted zone can be picked up by another feeder. That capability currently does not exist for Chelsea. And so in order to ameliorate some of these reliability issues, the best way is to create a source in East Eagle that can help the customers in East Boston and also help Chelsea customers when they need it.
Is Eversource able to predict or otherwise foresee when an outage will occur? And if so, how much notice does it have before it will occur?
Eversource can predict and foresee storms, certain storms that occur. And we can track a storm, and we understand from history, and we do have technology that allows us to forecast, predict with some level of certainty and some level of uncertainty the number of trouble spots that would occur. But that's for a storm or major event. For blue sky reliability, which is what I think you're asking about, this stuff is stochastic. It just happens. A bird flies into a transformer. A cable is aged. It has water triggering. It ingresses. It causes a short circuit. The cable fails over time. Car runs into a pole. The pole comes down. So most of these cannot be foreseen. They cannot be predicted. The key is to have the system designed so that you have the capacity to pick up additional customers when these events happens, and then you have the operating capability to switch when you need it. And then you have the operational maintenance and repair crews on standby to repair. It's more of an operational fix. And of course, maintain the system, that goes without saying. Replace equipment before it fails. That's what Eversource does on a continual basis. But if there's a utility that has solved the puzzle of how to predict outages, we're all ears. We would love to hear, because that's technology we all need.
And you just went through some of the causes of outages. How often are outages related to failures in the distribution infrastructure as opposed to failures in the substation when it's at capacity?
That's a good question. So it varies. It depends on the nature of the construction of the infrastructure. In this case, I mentioned that a significant portion of the East Boston system is underground, and also of the Chelsea system, frankly. And underground systems are less susceptible to nature, to wind and ice and snow loading. And so they do tend to have a lower failure rate, although they do tend to take longer to repair and replace. When they fail, they do tend to have a lower failure rate. So if you're comparing a traditional overhead system to substations, the traditional overhead systems definitely have a much higher failure rate than a substation. Substations tend to have redundancy. As you can see from the diagram of the East Eagle Station, we have 3 transformers, 4 buses, we have breakers. We can lose a transformer, and it's an N-1 design. You can pick up all the customers without failure. And so the systems tend to be not to be exposed to vegetation as much as overhead systems. And so the failure rates tend to be less. For underground systems, it's a little bit closer, but still substations are much less likely to fail than underground systems. I don't have a number, unfortunately, but that's something that we can probably dig up if you would put a request in.
Thank you. Based on the based on your explanations, these explanations, Mr. Freeman, I'm just wondering under that reasoning whether there's an argument for many more substations than we already have to secure additional reliability. More so than we already have. I mean, wouldn't that mean that we ought to have many more substations?
We are very judicious in the way we plan the system. There is, and I know you know this, so I don't want to insult your intelligence, but there is a lot of analysis and planning and data gathering behind our planning and our analysis. And the forecasting part of it, yes, the tools that we run, the load flow and transit analysis tools that tell us when we are on the edge of voltage issues, or when we are on the edge of capacity issues, if our lines are too long. And when lines are too long, a couple of things happen. You have poor voltage regulation, which means that you're at the end of the line, you're beginning to violate that voltage criteria. You must be within plus minus 25%.
I'm sorry, I just can't understand.
Okay.
At the end of the line, you're beginning to violate that voltage
criteria.
Oh, thank you.
Where you must be within plus minus 5% of nominal. And also when your lines are too long, you are exposed to reliability issues. Long lines generally equal poor reliability. And so when we look at our system, we site substations in a way that they can be in close proximity, as close as possible, to the community that they serve. Because the further those stations are away, the longer the lines have to be run to get to the community, the more issues that can occur along that route. And this is the example of the Chelsea lines going to East Boston under the creek. It's in a different geographical area. And so we try to site the stations to provide the best reliability, to provide the best voltage quality for customers, and to provide a capacity that customers need. And we try to site and plan sufficient stations to provide that. Of course, we have issues citing stations as far as land space and all that, and we work with the cities to try to accomplish that as we are here. But at the end of the day, the siting of the station is first driven by the technical requirements, and then the other requirements come to play thereafter.
But I would add that East Eagle isn't an extra substation. East Eagle is driven by the load at 488. All the other benefits, which I would term as more resiliency, backing up each other substation and all the things that Lavelle spoke about, is a secondary benefit. I mean, the primary benefit or the primary need is 488 is about to reach its capacity.
So yeah, okay, thanks. Just to clarify, but this will be a new substation in addition to the existing substation.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
It might be instructive to kind of look at how this evolved, because 100 years ago the area was served by distribution lines out of Mystic, and then the load grew, and a station needed to be built in Chelsea 60 years ago, and the distribution lines serving the area. Now the load has grown so much in East Boston that we're needing to build a station in East Boston. It's a natural progression and development in the life cycle of load. As you run out of distribution capacity, you need to build a station and then use that station to serve the load as natively as possible.
One other question on outages. We had discussed issues potentially with infrastructure, and I'm wondering if Eversource has a maintenance schedule for its distribution infrastructure, recognizing that there are going to be potentially different schedules for different types of equipment.
I'm not sure we have the distribution folks here that can answer kind of those distribution questions or maintenance on distribution equipment, let's say. But obviously,
if you want, I can answer from a somewhat high level. I mean, we have an inspection program for all components of our system, whether it's a substation, whether it's an overhead line, whether it's switches on the overhead line, underground manhole inspections, pad mount switch inspections. We do IR scans of our overhead system every year. We obviously do our vegetation inspections. So every piece of our distribution system is on some kind of maintenance program.
I want to turn back to forecasting for a moment. In the application on page 3, the company sorry, it's the first full sentence of the page. Quote, construction of the substation is expected to take at least 2 years and must get started to alleviate forecasted emergency loading conditions, unquote. Can you explain what the company means by forecasted emergency loading conditions?
Can you point again, what's the reference?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
No problem. Application page 3 at the top, the first full sentence. Okay, I have it. Construction of the substation is expected to take at least 2 years and must be started to alleviate. So the meaning of forecasted emergency loading conditions goes back to the tables that we've shown in the recent information requests. Right. And I refer you to give me a second, let me find the right table, please. Well, I've been question PA-3, table EFSB dash.
I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
In question PA-3, table EFSB PA-3-1, it shows the 2022 forecast for the station And in 2022, we are forecasted to be at peak load 129.7 MVA. And in 2024, we are forecasted to be at 135.6 MVA. The firm rating of the station, based on the long-term emergency rating of the transformers, is 135. So this forecast is saying that in 2024, we will exceed the firm rating of the station based on its long-term emergency rating. That's what that sentence means.
Thank you. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm aware of the time. I have we have more questions, but there's a natural break in my outline. So I'm just going to pause here to see whether we should continue.
No, I think it's probably an excellent time to break for the day. The witnesses will be returning as a panel for future days. And those days will be identified in the hearing schedule we intend to send out next week. Days will be scheduled within the 2-week period that we identified in the initial procedural schedule, but we'll identify specific dates for specific topics and witnesses. Other than that, I appreciate everybody attending today and participating. I look forward to seeing pre-filed testimony coming in on Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great week.
Good night.
Before everyone leaves, I have one question. Who is our 5th previously sworn panelist?
Excuse me. It was Nicole. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, then we're off the record for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.